Hello, hello, welcome. I'm bringing 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 Friday streamer. Alright, what's happening with my model? There we go. There we go. Now it's all good. Now it's all good. Welcome. So as you may have seen from my latest tweets and stuff like that, well, technically I don't have affiliate yet. We're so close to both affiliate and partner. Partner is gonna be a bit of a stretch to even get. But with Twitch affiliate to get, my goal is to get. So we have now we have tier. Now we have subscription tiers, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna draw emotes and add it to our lineup here. All right. Here we go. What I want to do is over here. There we go. And there we go. All right. All right. Here we go. Oh, where's my pen? My pen. I almost forgot my pen. My penny pen. My drawing pen. Here we go. Oh, necro. Alrighty. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have to create new file. New. It's gonna be square pixel 112 by 112. It's not gonna be much. We're gonna have to work with this. Alright, what we're gonna do is maybe make this 2.5. Alright. There we go. Now, so we have a video here. Oh. Alright.
Going to cover some low-level concepts that you probably never have to think about, unless you're working at the systems level. One of the most frequent video suggestions I receive is to explain why some projects seem to involve multiple programming languages in their development. Explaining this can be either extremely easy or extremely difficult, depending on the type of project. Take a full-stack framework like Django, for example. Python is used to handle the backend, which runs on the server, and HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to build the user interface displayed on the client side. This is a multi-language project, but in this case, it's easy to understand how
what we can do is have a simple hi.
We're essentially developing two separate processes that communicate remotely at runtime using some form of inter-process communication. But there are other types of projects where components written in different programming languages are meant to run together as a single process. So how are these kinds of projects even possible? Hi friends, my name is George, and this is Core Dumped. For simplicity, Let's start by considering only programming languages that compile down to machine code. Generally, each
All right.
programming language has its own dedicated compiler, so we can't just take, say, a Rust file and compile it using the Go compiler. That's where things start to get interesting and a bit confusing. If most programming languages have separate compilers, runtimes, and memory models, how can they possibly live inside the same binary? What often confuses people is the common oversimplification that compilers are just tools that turn source code directly into executable files. Now, don't get me wrong, compilers do produce executable files, but that's only the final result of a much more complex, multi-step process that we usually don't see. To illustrate this, let's look at a simple C program. If you are not a C developer, don't worry. This program simply prints a message, but the message it prints changes depending on the operating system you're running it on. On most GNU Linux systems, the go-to compiler for C is GCC. It used to stand for GNU C compiler, but that's no longer true, and in a moment, you'll understand why. To compile and run our C program, we usually just call GCC and pass it the file, or files, we want to compile. Then, an executable is generated.
There are two.
From our perspective, it's just two simple steps, one to compile the program and another one to run it. But under the hood, the compiler is doing a whole lot more. Internally, GCC goes through 4 main phases to turn a C file into a working executable. Now, GCC deserves its own deep dive, but I'll break it down quickly here. The first step is pre-processing. This prepares the source code by doing things like removing comments, expanding macros, resolving conditional compilation, and crucially, resolving includes. When you use include, the C preprocessor replaces that line with the contents of the header file and all the headers it includes,
there you go.
effectively inserting
That's going to be the basis for it
before compilation begins. So the output is still C code, but preprocessed for the next step. Next comes compilation, but not directly into machine code. Instead, the preprocessed code is translated into assembly language, which is the instructions that the computer will execute, but still in a human-readable language. So here's our first myth busted. A compiler doesn't always convert source code into machine code. In fact, many compilers convert source code into an intermediate representation, like assembly, or even into another programming language. The third step involves the assembler, which is technically another compiler, but it takes the human-readable assembly code from the previous phase and translates it into machine code, the ones and zeros your CPU understands. The result is called an object file. But here's the catch. This object file isn't runnable yet. GCC still needs to resolve the position within the binary where functions will be placed. In our simple example, we're just printing text to the console. But remember, the actual implementation of the printf function lives in the C standard library. So that library also needs to go through the same compilation steps we just described. This brings us to the final step, linking. At this stage, we may have multiple object files, some from our code, others from external libraries we included during development. The linker's job is to combine all these object files into a single self-contained executable. There are 2 ways to do this. The easiest is to take the machine code of each required function from the library and copy it into the final executable. This is called static linking. All the library functions our program needs are embedded directly into the output file. Everything is self-contained and hence ready to run whenever we want. But another option is dynamic linking. Think about how many programs on your system use the print function from the standard library. If every one of those programs statically included its own copy of that function, you'd end up with thousands of identical copies stored across your disk. With dynamic linking, libraries are precompiled into a special type of file called a dynamic shared library. On Unix-like systems, these libraries have the .so file extension, while on Windows, they are identified by the .dll extension. These dynamic shared libraries are similar to executable files in that they contain executable code for the functions provided by the library. The key difference is that they don't contain an entry point to start execution, which makes sense, as libraries typically don't have a main function, which is used to start a program. When our program is compiled with dynamic linking, the linker won't copy the functions from the library directly into the executable. Instead, it will simply insert a reference to the library that contains the machine instructions for that function. At runtime, if the program needs a function from that dynamic library, the operating system will load the required function into the program's address space, so the program can use it as if it were part of the executable. While this may sound a bit strange at first, it's actually incredibly efficient. Instead of storing multiple copies of the same function across different programs, the system only stores the library once. Each program that needs it simply references the shared library and loads it only when necessary, on demand at runtime. This saves both disk space and memory, a huge advantage, especially on systems with lots of programs that depend on common libraries. It's also more flexible, since you can update or patch a library without having to recompile every program that uses it. Linking, both static and dynamic, is a deep topic that honestly deserves its own video. Now back to the compilation steps. You might be wondering, what's the point of all this modularization? Why break the process into so many phases if the compiler could just go directly from source to executable? Well, the reason we don't normally see all these intermediate steps is because compilers like GCC are configured by default to hide them. They just show you the final result, the executable. But with the right flags, we can expose all those phases. For example, using GCC, if you compile a program and add the savetemps flag, you'll get not just the final executable, but also all the intermediate files. We can even stop the process at a specific stage. For example, the S flag makes the process stop after generating assembly. This is incredibly useful in educational settings, where you might want to see how high-level C code translates to assembly or machine code. In professional environments, this is also used to inspect performance-critical code. You can look at the generated assembly to verify whether the compiler is producing efficient instructions. Even more interesting, we can start from any phase in the pipeline. We can pass GCC the assembly file and simply tell it to assemble and link it. This is huge, because it means we can write part of our code in assembly, pass it to the compiler at different stages, and then the linker will take care of mixing them together into an executable file. This already starts to answer our original question. Let's walk through an example. Suppose we need to write a program that calculates how many prime numbers exist between 0 and a given number, and we want it to be as fast as possible. We could write the whole thing in C, but let's say we don't trust the compiler optimizations, so we decide to write the heavy calculation function directly in assembly and just call it from C. Then we pass both files to GCC, which will compile and assemble the C code, assemble the assembly code, and link both object files into a single executable file.
I'm gonna need to...
And voila, we've just compiled a multi-language project. This technique is used by real-world systems like the Linux kernel, FFmpeg, OpenSSL, and many embedded projects. They often contain C for most of the logic, but fall back to assembly when performance really matters. Now, here's a fact that a lot of you might have already concluded, but I'm still going to mention anyways. What we casually call the C compiler, like GCC, isn't just one compiler. It's actually a toolchain, a pipeline of tools that are executed in sequence. Each stage consumes the output of the previous one, and each of these tools is pluggable. We can replace parts of the toolchain or feed in our own files at various points. This is why GCC doesn't just support C. It also supports C++, Objective-C, Fortran, Ada, D, and even Go, depending on how it's configured. Originally, GCC stood for GNU C compiler, but over time it evolved into a compiler suite that supports many programming languages beyond C. Because of this expansion, the name GNU C compiler became misleading, so the acronym GCC was redefined to mean GNU Compiler Collection. I think this is really important to understand. Every time someone casually calls it the GNU C compiler, it can unintentionally reinforce the idea that this whole system is a single black box that transforms C code into a runnable file. But the truth is, it hasn't been just that for many years now.
Yeah.
Okay, but assembly isn't for everyone. And to be fair, since assembly is already part of the compilation pipeline, using it feels a bit like cheating. So what about mixing high-level languages instead? For example, instead of writing a function in assembly, what if we implement part of our project in Fortran? Well, this is totally possible, and actually more common than it might seem. In this case, however, we usually need multiple steps. One to compile and assemble the Fortran file, another one to compile and assemble the C file, and a third to assemble both object files into a single executable. Unlike assembly, which is already embedded in the C compilation pipeline, Fortran has its own pipeline, its own compiler, and sometimes even its own runtime dependencies. And by now, it should be super clear that
how are
the answer to our
you?
original question, how can different languages live inside a single executable?
How are you? So, good news. Now we have access to subscription tiers. Yeah, I'm good. We have access to subscription tiers now. So right now, as you're watching, you're gonna be watching me create emotes. And as soon as I finish an emote, I'm gonna just yoink it to our Twitch. How are you? How? So I was wondering. So basically, I'm allowing chat to suggest what emotes they want to see, they want to have for our Twitch, and I'll be drawing them as soon as possible.
Executable comes down to the linker. You see, the different languages involved don't even need to come from the same compiler suite as GCC.
Here we go.
Take Rust, for example. It has a completely different toolchain from C, different compiler, different build system, and a different philosophy altogether. I could spend hours talking about the insane engineering behind its compiler. But what we care is that when it comes time to produce the final binary, guess what? Rust, too, relies on a linker. So if we want to call a Rust function from C, here's how we do it. We implement the function in Rust. We compile the Rust code into a static or dynamic library. We declare and use the function in the C code. Then, we compile the C code and link it with the Rust compiled library. And of course, it works the other way too. We can call C functions from Rust. It all depends on what we're trying to achieve. In fact, it's more common to call C code from Rust than the other way around. C is older, and many mature libraries and system APIs are written in C. Rust developers often need to hook into that existing ecosystem, especially in areas like graphics, cryptography, or operating system APIs. There are several reasons why you might want to mix multiple programming languages in a single project, but another one that comes to mind is performance. In many projects, the entire system doesn't need to be blazing fast, just certain parts. So what a lot of developers do is write most of the project in a high-level language for convenience and development speed, and then implement only the performance-critical components in a lower-level language like C. Before we wrap up, there's one more really important point to understand. Let's say we have two high-level languages, language A and language B. Just because both of them have a final linking phase doesn't automatically mean they can be correctly linked together into one executable. Here's a very simple example. We've implemented a function in language B, and we're calling it from language A. Even if both compilers emit assembly for the same architecture, they might make different assumptions about how data is passed between functions. For example, the compiler for language A might pass the two function parameters in registers 0 and 1, but the compiler for language B might expect the parameters in registers 1 and 2. Both are producing valid machine code, but since their calling conventions differ, the result will be undefined behavior at runtime. Language A will place arguments in the wrong place, and language B will perform operations using incorrect data. And it doesn't stop there. In this example, there's another problem. After computing the result, the function writes it to register 1 and returns, but language A expects the result to be in register 0. So not only does language B compute the wrong result, but language A doesn't even see or use that result at all. The same example, but this time with two languages, X and Y. Here, both languages use register 0 and register 1 to pass and receive parameters. But let's say language X uses pass by reference for all function arguments. It puts the addresses of variables in the registers, which is not the same thing as putting the values of those variables directly in the registers.
Yep.
Meanwhile, language Y file and simply tell it to
oh fuck. I messed up the Motherfucker.
is that they don't contain an entry point to start execution, which makes sense, as
Alright, there we
libraries
go.
typically don't have a main function, which is used to start a program. When our program is compiled with dynamic linking, the linker won't copy the functions from the library directly into the executable. Instead, it will simply insert a reference to the
Alright,
library
so I
that
believe
contains
this
the
is
machine
now
instructions for
ready.
that function.
One more thing I want to do.
At runtime, if the program needs a function from that dynamic library, the operating system will load the required function into the program's address space, so the program can use it as if it were part of the executable. While this may sound a bit strange at first, it's actually incredibly efficient.
Alright.
Instead of storing multiple copies of the same function across different programs, the system only stores the library once. Each program that needs it simply references the shared library and loads it only when necessary, on demand at runtime. This saves both disk space and memory, a huge advantage, especially on systems with lots of programs that depend on common libraries. It's also more flexible, since you can update or patch a library without having to recompile every program that uses it. Linking, both static and dynamic, is a deep topic that honestly deserves its own video. Now back to the compilation steps. You might be wondering, what's the point of all this modularization? Why break the process into so many phases if the compiler could just go directly from source to executable? Well, the reason we don't normally see all these intermediate steps is because compilers like GCC are configured by default to hide them. They just show you the final result, the executable. But with the right flags, we can expose all those phases. For example, using GCC, if you compile a program and add the savetemps flag, you'll get not just the final executable, but also all the intermediate files. We can even stop the process at a specific stage. For example, the S flag makes the process stop after generating assembly.
There we go.
This is incredibly useful in educational settings, where you might want to see how high-level C code translates to assembly or machine code. In professional environments, this is also used to inspect performance-critical code. You can look at the generated assembly to verify whether the compiler is producing efficient instructions.
Alright.
Even more interesting, we can start from any phase in the pipeline. We can pass GCC the assembly file and simply tell it to assemble and link it. This is huge, because it means we can write part of our code in assembly, pass it to the compiler at different stages, and then the linker will take care of mixing them together into an executable file. This already starts to answer our original question. Let's walk through an example. Suppose we need to write a program that calculates how many prime numbers exist between 0 and a given number, and we want it to be as fast as possible. We could write the whole thing in C, but let's say we don't trust the compiler optimizations, so we decide to write the heavy calculation function directly in assembly and just call it from C. Then we pass both files to GCC, which will compile and assemble the C code, assemble the assembly code, and link both object files into a single executable file. And voila, we've just compiled a multi-language project. This technique is used by real-world systems like the Linux kernel, FFmpeg, OpenSSL, and many embedded projects. They often contain C for most of the logic, but fall back to assembly when performance really matters. Now, here's a fact that a lot of you might have already concluded.
We got our first emote. Let's go.
What we casually call the C compiler, like GCC, isn't just one compiler. It's actually a tool chain, a pipeline of tools that are executed in sequence. Each stage consumes the output of the previous one, and each of these tools is
make a new one.
We can replace parts of the tool chain or feed in our own files at various points. This is why GCC doesn't just support C. It also supports C++, Objective-C, Fortran, Ada, D, and even Go, depending on how it's configured. Originally, GCC stood for GNU C compiler, but over time it evolved into a compiler suite that supports many programming languages beyond C. Because of this expansion, the name GNU C compiler became misleading, so the acronym GCC was redefined to mean GNU Compiler Collection. I think this is really important to understand. Every time someone casually calls it the GNU C compiler, it can unintentionally reinforce the idea that this whole system is a single black box that transforms C code into a runnable file. But the truth is, it hasn't been just that for many years now. Okay, but assembly isn't for everyone. And to be fair, since assembly is already part of the compilation pipeline, using it feels a bit like cheating. So what about mixing high-level languages instead? For example, instead of writing a function in assembly, what if we implement part of our project in Fortran? Well, this is totally possible, and actually more common than it might seem. In this case, however, we usually need multiple steps. One to compile and assemble the Fortran file,
Alright, there we go.
another one to compile and assemble the C file, and a third to assemble both object files
Next
into a single
one's gonna be
executable.
idea. I have an
Unlike
idea.
assembly, which is already embedded in the C compilation pipeline, Fortran has its own pipeline, its own compiler, and sometimes even its own runtime dependencies. And by now, it should be super clear that the answer to our original question, how can different languages live inside a single executable, comes down to the linker. You see, the different languages involved don't even need to come from the same compiler suite as GCC. Take Rust, for example. It has a completely different toolchain from C, different compiler, different build system, and a different philosophy altogether. I could spend hours talking about the insane engineering behind its compiler. But what we care is that when it comes time to produce the final binary, guess what? Rust, too, relies on a linker. So if we want to call a Rust function from C, here's how we do it. We implement the function in Rust. We compile the Rust code into a static or dynamic library. We declare and use the function in the C code. Then, we compile the C code and link it with the Rust compiled library. And of course, it works the other way too. We can call C functions from Rust. It all depends on what we're trying to achieve. In fact, it's more common to call C code from Rust than the other way around. C is older, and many mature libraries and system APIs are written in C. Rust developers often need to hook into that existing ecosystem, especially in areas like graphics, cryptography, or operating system APIs. There are several reasons why you might want to mix multiple programming languages in a single project, but another one that comes to mind is performance. In many projects, the entire system doesn't need to be blazing fast, just certain parts. So what a lot of developers do is write most of the project in a high-level language for convenience and development speed, and then implement only the performance-critical components in a lower-level language like C. Before we wrap up, there's one more really important point to understand. Let's say we have two high-level languages, language A and language B. Just because both of them have a final linking phase doesn't automatically mean they can be correctly linked together into one executable. Here's a very simple example. We've implemented a function in language B, and we're calling it from language A. Even if both compilers emit assembly for the same architecture, they might make different assumptions about how data is passed between functions. For example, the compiler for language A might pass the two function parameters in registers 0 and 1, but the compiler for language B might expect the parameters in registers 1 and 2. Both are producing valid machine code, but since their calling conventions differ, the result will be undefined behavior at runtime. Language A will place arguments in the wrong place, and language B will perform operations using incorrect data. And it doesn't stop there. In this example, there's another problem. After computing the result, the function writes it to register 1 and returns, but language A expects the result to be in register 0. So not only does language B compute the wrong result, but language A doesn't even see or use that result at all. The same example, but this time with two languages, X and Y. Here, both languages use register 0 and register 1 to pass and receive parameters. But let's say language X uses pass by reference for all function arguments. It puts the addresses of variables in the registers, which is not the same thing as putting the values of those variables directly in the registers. Meanwhile, language Y passes by value, so it expects the actual values in the registers. That's why here, it immediately adds the content on those registers as soon as being called. At runtime, this mismatch causes language Y to interpret memory addresses as actual values, adding those addresses instead of the values stored at those addresses, leading to completely wrong behavior, or even a crash. So even though both compilers produce valid and executable assembly, the final linked binary is inconsistent unless both sides agree on how to talk to each other. These kinds of low-level rules are defined by what's known as the Application Binary Interface, or ABI. Just as an API defines functions at the application level, an ABI defines how different components of binary code interact with each other through the hardware.
Yeah.
So, when we're mixing two different languages, it's not enough that they both produce object files. At least one of them, or specifically, the part of it that interacts with the other language, must conform to the other's ABI expectations. In our language X and language Y example, one way to make this work is by modifying language Y to dereference the values. That way, the function will first fetch the data from the memory addresses provided, loading the actual values into the registers before performing the addition. In this case, language Y is being made to conform to the ABI expectations of language X. But we could also take the opposite approach, make language X conform to the ABI expectations of language Y, by simply loading the argument values directly into the registers instead of their addresses. This way, the function in language Y can immediately add the values when it's called. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, these are low-level details that we usually don't have to think about unless working at the system level. The good news is, language designers know this. Modern languages provide tools, keywords, and compiler flags to make this process easier. In C, you might declare an external function using extern. In Rust, you'd use the extern keyword and the no-mangle attribute. In Fortran, you can use the bind attribute. In Go, you can use a special block of comments placed directly above the line import C to include C header files. And it even lets you write inline C code directly in your Go source files. Every language has its own way of doing this, but at compile time, these declarations all serve the same purpose. They tell the compiler, hey, this function will interact with code written in another language. Please make sure the generated assembly follows the expected ABI. And let's wrap things up for now. In the next part, we will cover how to mix compiled languages with interpreted languages. See you in the next one.
Alright, now... Yep.
The 80s is string of masterful science.
Okay, that has background music. We're not watching it. Ooh. Oh, laziest tech ever.
This is the
Hold on,
posher.
Someone is live with Linux. That was now close.
This is the posher cooking robot. Cook for you, but also.
Okay, as much as I want to watch Who's the Boss, I cannot risk any cover music. Oh, fuck.
Choosing the right programming language has been something that beginners in
Can
Stack
hold on.
Overflow.
Can people not use background? Oh my fucking god.
Choosing the right programming language has been something
No,
that
fuck
beginners in
off!
Stack.
Fuck off, piece of fucking shit. No, fuck. Mother. Motherfucker. And also, PC, catch the fuck up, god damn it. Warranty policy. Let's see here. Fuck. Oh, net crack in half. Mhm.
Hey guys, I'm Gruz, and this is my
Here we go. What view?
list of the most impressive ROM hacks for the original 1985 release of Well, check this out. This is Super Flappy Bird, and this game was created using the original Super Mario Bros. Game engine. It's been
Oh my
completely
God.
reworked to become a Flappy Bird game.
Also, way too fucking loud. Way too fucking loud.
The original Flappy Bird was pretty tough, but this one is very difficult. The movement's a bit different here too, where this version feels like it has much less gravity, making it much more difficult than the original. Super Flappy Bird comes in 2 releases,
Ooh.
a standard light version, which is your standard Flappy Bird, as well as a nightmare version, which adds extra hazards like Bowser Fire. This is so tough. Both versions are very, very difficult. It's going to take some serious practice to get anywhere in these. But in my opinion, it retains the addictive quality of the original Flappy Bird. It's such a difficult game,
What
but
ad
I just can't put it
is-
down.
It's me, Mario!
Super Mario Unlimited Deluxe is a classic Mario hack crafted from the original Super Mario Bros. Engine and enhanced to include a multitude of new features. It boasts 41 entirely new stages, along with fresh music, updated graphics, and even introduces Mario coin collectibles. If you manage to accumulate enough of these coins in each world, you'll unlock a secret. This hack brings new and improved mechanics to the Super Mario 1 engine. For instance, the traditional lives counter has been removed, now keeping track of the number of attempts it's taken you to conquer a stage. Also, you can perform a super jump off enemies by holding A, and even jump on and kick Koopa Troopa shells while you have a star. One of the best aspects of this hack is the addition of a save game feature. This means you don't need to start from scratch each time you want to play, making this much more convenient to play in shorter sessions. In terms of graphics, this game looks to be somewhere between the visual styles of Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World. It's also got a lot of custom artwork, giving it a distinctive and polished appearance that I think looks amazing. While this game initially debuted in 2011, it has undergone a substantial reworking since then. This deluxe version brings numerous enhancements.
This shading's odd, but I like it.
Experience. Definitely check this one out. Every so often, a ROM hack comes out that begs the question, why is this a ROM hack and not a commercial release? And let me tell you, Celeste Mario fits the bill perfectly. This ROM hack takes the original Super Mario game engine and injects it with the gameplay mechanics of Celeste. This hack is an engaging experience that goes beyond a simple modification. This is practically a brand new game.
Ooh.
On the visual front, the graphics strike a balance between classic Mario and the pixel art style of Celeste. It's such a cool mashup of both worlds that feels both familiar and modern. The gameplay takes center stage, introducing Celeste-inspired mechanics to the Mario universe. Like in Celeste, you're gonna die over and over again to figure out the path through each room. Thankfully, these devs nailed the checkpoint system, where it puts you right back to where you were before you died, transforming mistakes into learning opportunities, making the game accessible and enjoyable for a diverse audience. You don't have to be a master of Super Mario or Celeste to have fun with this one. Celeste Mario is so far from the original Super Mario game that it doesn't even feel like Super Mario anymore, but is undoubtedly a well-crafted creation that offers a compelling experience. This is a ROM hack that deserves recognition for its solid craftsmanship and fun gameplay. It's a testament to the potential of creative mods within the ROM hacking community. Whether you're a fan of Mario, Celeste, or simply seek an enjoyable and well-designed NES game, Celeste
Wow.
Mario offers an experience worth exploring. Here's a Super
Export.
Mario Bros. ROM hack that I find quite intriguing. This one's called 𝙂𝙚 Mario, and yep, you guessed it, this hack gives Mario the power of 𝙂𝙚s. Many of the levels in 𝙂𝙚 Mario are crafted with this new ability in mind. If you toss a 𝙂𝙚 at the bricks, they break, opening a new path for you. Don't worry though, the game doesn't rely too heavily on this mechanic, so it doesn't get annoying. There are lots of other fun challenges and great level design, and some parts are pretty tough. The graphics in this hack sport a clean design that reminds me of a blend between Super Mario 2 and Super Mario 3. I find this hack to be pretty fun, definitely worth checking out. Back in the 1980s, Nintendo had a great relationship with developer Hudson Soft and allowed them to release a few games using Nintendo's IPs exclusively for Japanese home computers. Among the games was one called Super Mario Bros. Special. Due to the limitations of the computers these games were developed for, Super Mario Bros. Special was pretty rough when directly compared to Super Mario Bros. On the NES. Well, what this hack aims to do is to implement all of the stages, enemies, and power-ups into the original NES Super Mario Bros. Game engine.
Alright. Alright, we got 2.
The level design in Super Mario Special wasn't bad in my opinion, but the lack of scrolling as well as the movement in the game made it really tough to play. There were a few other Super Mario Special ROM hacks released, but they didn't feature all of the special power-ups like the hammer or the wings. But it's all here on the 35th anniversary edition, so if you want to check out Super Mario Special without all the frustration, definitely check out this hack. You remember those awesome stages in New Super Mario Bros. Where Mario turns into a giant and starts crashing through
Motherfucker.
the Mushroom Kingdom? Well, in the Giant Mario Bros. Hack, you can do this in the original Super Mario. Well, sort of.
Animated
While Mario
transparent.
is giant, you can't break blocks by running into them like in New Super Mario. Despite Mario's giant size, though, the game still feels familiar. This hack uses the same levels from the original Super Mario Bros. Game, with a few changes made to make sure you can actually complete the
Can I
levels without getting
please?
stuck. It's like reliving the classic adventure, but with a huge twist. Playing as Giant Mario in the original Super Mario Bros. Is something special. This one is awesome, and I wouldn't have thought this would have been possible on the original Nintendo hardware, but this is real. Let's have an honest talk about the original Super Mario Bros. Two-player mode. Let's face it, it wasn't exactly a groundbreaking multiplayer experience. The whole take-turns setup of the game didn't quite capture the fun of true cooperative play. It felt more like playing the game alongside someone rather than truly together. The original setup fell a bit short in delivering that shared excitement that games like Contra pulled off perfectly. However, a breath of fresh air arrived in the form of the Super Mario Bros. Two-player hack. This hack gives two-player mode a complete makeover, introducing the exciting concept of simultaneous co-op play. Now the challenge still remains intact. If one player gets hit and dies, both players are sent back to the last checkpoint. It doesn't offer the instant respawn like when you come back in a bubble on the newer Super Mario games. It's also worth noting that this hack doesn't change the levels in the game to accommodate for 2 players. Nintendo had only designed these for 1 player at a time, yet personally I still found it fun to run around the game with 2 people. I do also want to mention that there are some newer hacks out there that take the 2-player hack further, like Super Mario Bro-Op, which introduce brand new levels tailor-made for a 2-player experience. The Super Mario Bros. Two-player hack is very impressive and revitalizes the 2-player mode. It's a simple yet refreshing way to enjoy the iconic game in a whole new light. If you asked the question, what is the greatest Super Mario ROM hack of all time? I think most people would consider Extra Mario Bros. To be that game. It's a classic hack released back in 2005
Alright,
and can be
let's make
thought
some
of
more
as
emotes.
a mashup of Metroid and Super Mario. The goal is to find 8 keys hidden among 5 worlds, and in order to do this, you'll have to find upgrades, such as a double jump and fireball upgrades, and then find the places where these upgrades will let you advance the game. There's so much to this game that a map or walkthrough is pretty much required. And even then, you'll most likely need to play through the game at least a couple of times to comprehend just how complex it is. Keep in mind, this was based on the original Super Mario Bros. Engine, so there's no scrolling left in this game. The way Extra Mario handles this is by having these return pipes at the end of the stage that loop back to the beginning of the world. It's up to you to explore and find which pipes will lead you to different worlds. There is a definite upgrade in the music and graphics department and a lot of new artwork, along with graphics brought over from Metroid, Super Mario 3, and Super Mario World. This feels like an entirely new game and has very little in common with the source engine. Everything has been thoughtfully changed and built upon.
Alright,
and
see you later.
The level of intricacy and polish is absolutely astounding. What's more impressive is that this was released back in 2005, in a time before there was a properly commented disassembly source of the original Super Mario Bros.
Let's see here.
This is an absolutely impressive game that I highly recommend. Thanks for your time today, guys. Goodbye.
Alright.
This is
There you go.
an image file containing a picture of my cat. But if I rename it to .mp4, it becomes a video file, also of my cat. If renamed to .pdf, it becomes a text document containing the script for this video. It can also be a valid web page, a zip archive, or a PowerPoint presentation, all by simply changing the name. This kind of file is sometimes called a polyglot, although usually that term refers to code that works in multiple programming languages, hence the name, polyglot. Of course, text is one thing. Storing media this way is a lot more interesting. Computers store data in long strings of ones and zeros. You probably already knew that. You might also know that those ones and zeros are just numbers. Therefore, an image is just a grid of those numbers. But if that's the case, then how do we know to arrange these numbers? What decides the dimensions of the image, or the quality? Naturally, you might think to just add a few more numbers, separate from the image data. For example, the width and height to set the dimensions, and bits per pixel to define color depth. We might also want to include the source of the image, the date on which it was created, and some other metadata. And to make sure that we don't confuse this with some other image format, let's add a so-called magic number to the start, which is unique to this type of file. This structure is called a header because it often appears at the top of the file. Almost every file has one, and it's what programs use to determine what to do with the data. The file extension, the part after the dot in the file name, is only used to determine what program to use, and not what that program does. For example, renaming a PNG file to .jpeg probably won't break anything, because both of them request your default image viewer, which ignores the file name and simply refers to the headers. But if our goal is to bundle different types of media, such as an image and a video, into the same file, then this becomes a problem. We need a file that can imitate both a video and an image, depending on which program is reading it. The data blobs can just be stacked on top of one another, but the headers have to be at the very start, which means that we have to merge them together. If you try to do this with most media files, you'll find that it's just plain impossible. For example, a PNG starts with hex 89, followed by letters PNG, and a GIF starts with the text GIF 89A. these have to be the first characters in the file, so obviously there's no way to merge these headers. A rare few file formats, like TrueVision TGA images, have a very loose header structure without a magic number. This is usually because they're tied to specific hardware. In this case, TGA was a specialized format for the first ever true color graphics cards for IBM compatibles. Let's take a look at this format. The first byte defines the size of a metadata block, so it can basically be anything. The second byte is either 0 or 1, depending on whether the image uses a color map. The third byte picks the image type, and can theoretically be any number from 1 to 3 or 9 to 11, and in some cases even 32 and 33. And the next 5 bytes outline the color map, but if you're not using one, you can fill these with pretty much anything. With this, I was able to create a polyglot out of a TGA image and an MP4 video. The video component worked fine, but the image had to have a very low resolution for this to work. On top of that, TGA is an incredibly old and bespoke format with limited software support. I wanted to try something more mainstream, but for that, we'll first have to take a closer look at the MP4 header. Now, technically, MP4 doesn't have a header. Instead, it uses these boxes called atoms to modularly define data. However, most video players expect the FTYP atom, the file type atom, to come first. This atom is split up into 4-byte chunks. The first 4 bytes encode the size of the atom, and the next 4 bytes contain the name. In this case, that's just the letters FTYP. That's actually how I was able to make the TGA polyglot. These letters happen to land in the color map field that I wasn't using. If you're confused about the sudden appearance of letters, don't be. They're still just numbers under the hood, mapped to a table that works kind of like a digital alphabet. Anyway, next comes the major brand name, which defines what specification this file follows. For MP4, that's usually ISO-M, which stands for ISO media. It doesn't necessarily imply an MP4 though. The next 4 bytes encode a version number, and the following chunks list all supported brands, including MP4-1. That's the first and only mention of this file actually being an MP4, specifically version 1 of the spec. Now, after a bit of experimentation, I found that most players don't actually care about what's in this atom. They just need it to come first. In fact, they often don't even check if the first atom is called FTYP. They just assume that the first atom has to be the file type. Well,
I'm in the middle of streaming, Bridget.
Does care and will simply refuse to play the file if the FTYP name doesn't appear in the first 256 bytes. Still though, in most other cases, this atom is a header sandbox. However, you do still have to be careful. Those first 4 bytes that encode the size make up an unsigned 32-bit value, which can go up to 4 gigabytes. While that's not a technical limitation, it can be a very real logistic.
Okay, so, chat, I'll be right back. Where's my OBS? Alright. I'll be right back real quick, alright?
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. down just like a pill. Oh yeah. Take you like a get my fill.
I'm back with Blitzies. Sorry about that. Fucking. But yeah, I'm back. I just had to go get my mail. That was it. Alright. Let me go and start the video back up. Please. Thank you. Alright.
Problem. Because of this, we can't just plug in a PNG header. That would bloat the file to about 2 gigabytes. JPEG would be 4 gigabytes and GIF would still be over a gigabyte. Pretty much every mainstream image format has a complicated magic number that gets really big when parsed as, well, an actual number. Once again, that's why TGA worked. It doesn't have a magic number. Its header can start with a bunch of zeros. But this really seems like a lucky coincidence that doesn't pop up in any other image file. Well, except for one. The Windows icon has an incredibly generic header. Its 4-byte hex signature is, I kid you not, 00000100. Better yet, it allows you to offset the actual image data to anywhere in the file. Let's align this to the MP4 header. The first 4 bytes are that super generic signature, which translates to a 256-byte atom size. For now, that just means we have to extend the supported brands list with 240 bytes of empty data, which will become important later on. The next 2 bytes specify the amount of images that the icon holds. In our case, let that be just 1. The next 8 or so bytes define the parameters of the image, but we can pretty much just ignore these. The thing is, Windows icons support bitmaps and PNG files. And if you're using a PNG, these parameters are often inferred from the PNG data. So really, the only data that we have to consider are the last 8 bytes, which tell the icon where to find
What
that
we can do is
PNG.
another...
This begs the question, where do we put the image? As I mentioned
Oh,
earlier,
a
you can
surprise
often just
emote.
stack blobs of data on top of each other as long as the headers know where to look. But if we want to be a bit more careful, we can embed the image into the MP4 itself. Among the many MP4 atoms, there are a few that are reserved for ancillary metadata. The skip atom does exactly that. It skips any data that it contains. We can safely put the entire image in here, and the MP4 will just ignore it. Remember, if we just did this without the header jank, it wouldn't be enough to combine a video and an image, because the software that actually reads the data won't know where to look for it without our Frankenstein header. So with this, we've built a 2-part media polyglot. It can be an MP4 video or a PNG image. Now, hold on, I said this used a Windows icon, didn't I? That should use the .ico extension, but here PNG works just as well. Once again, this is because the file name is only used to invoke the right program. For MP4, that's a video player. For ICO and PNG, that's an image viewer. The program itself doesn't actually care about the file name. It just reads the header, sees that it's a Windows icon, and parses it as such. Anyway, the logical next step is to continue cramming more file types into our polyglot. And for that, let's first take a look at some low-hanging fruit. Unlike most files, zip archives are actually read from the bottom up. This is because, back in the days of floppy disks, it wouldn't be uncommon for a zip file to span multiple floppies. Most computers only had 1 or maybe 2 disk drives, so it would have been very inconvenient to swap between disks and rewriting the whole archive just to add 1 file. Because of this, zip files don't have a header per se. Instead, the central directory, as it's called, is simply appended to the end of the file. For 1989, this meant only having to insert the last floppy disk when adding a file. For 2025, this means we can literally just copy-paste a zip file to the bottom of our polyglot, and it'll mostly work as expected. However, if we leave it as is, most tools won't be happy. The Unix unzip utility does extract the files, albeit with a scary looking warning. This can be mostly remedied by applying an offset fix, typically meant for self-extracting archives, though some programs may still naively assume that a modern day zip is safe to read from the top down. Interestingly, there are actually a whole bunch of file formats that use a zip file under the hood. For example, if you rename a modern PowerPoint presentation to end in .zip, you'll see that it really is just a zip file in disguise. The same goes for Java applications, Android APK files, and many other packaged files. Another relatively simple addition is PDF. If you take a look inside of a simple PDF file, you'll see that it's mostly just plain text. This is because a PDF is really just a form of markup, similar to code in a programming language. And, as I said earlier, making polyglots of code is usually not that difficult. PDFs do have a header, but because it's semantically just a code comment, most PDF readers don't require it to be at the top of the file. As long as it's somewhere in the first kilobyte or so, they'll often let it slide. We just need to find a bit of space somewhere near the top of the file. This is where those 240 bytes of empty atom data come into play. See, I told you it would be important later. Now, 240 bytes is not a lot. It's definitely not enough to store the whole document, but we can at least fit that header. Then we can declare a PDF object, assigning it the size of the entire polyglot file. To the reader, this now looks like valid PDF data. It doesn't actually matter what's inside of this object, as long as it's never used. And finally, at the end of our polyglot, we can close that object declaration and tack on the real PDF data. This is already enough to satisfy every PDF reader I've tested. But just to be thorough, there's one more thing we can do. Every PDF file has a cross-reference table containing exact byte addresses to all the objects in the document. This makes jumping between large chunks of data much more efficient. But since our PDF now has a bunch of garbage on top of it, these addresses are going to be offset. Again, most PDF readers won't really care, but just to be nice, we'll adjust these too to point to the correct locations. At this point, our polyglot is starting to get really cramped. I can only really think of one more freebie before things get complicated, and that's HTML. This is the stuff that holds together the structure of nearly every single website. As a standalone file, it can be used to serve a local copy of a web page. Yes, technically this is code, but it's the kind of user-facing code that you don't really think of as code. Still, it does retain the property of being really easy to embed. We can quite literally just jam it into another skip atom in the middle of our MP4, and it will remain mostly coherent. HTML is incredibly noise tolerant, in the sense that it's happy to interpret noise as valid data. To fix this, I wrote a small style sheet that sets the font size of the entire document to 0, except for the parts that I want to display. You can even use this to embed any arbitrary media, like a picture of my cat, by converting it to base64 text and providing that as a URL. The final piece that's missing from our all-in-one media polyglot is an audio file. Sure, you can put an MP3 in the zip archive or embed audio into the HTML web page, and yes, technically the video file already has audio, but I'm talking about a dedicated audio file format. As per usual, most mainstream audio formats have strict header signatures, with magic numbers and exact byte ranges. Ironically though, the most mainstream of them all, MP3 files are pretty much the only ones without a strict header. MP3 audio is split up into hundreds of chunks, each only a few milliseconds long. These chunks each have their own 4-byte header, and the file format is designed to detect and withstand any surrounding noise. Just like with zip files, you can literally just append an MP3 file to the end of the polyglot, and it'll still count as a valid MP3. However, in reality, there's a very silly problem with this approach. You see, most modern media players support playing back video and audio files, all in the same program. Nowadays, there are hardly any dedicated audio-only or video-only programs. And, as I said, the programs that we do have rarely check the file name. So, when a media player reads my polyglot, it encounters the video data first, and starts playing back the video before it even notices the MP3 data. The only media player that successfully plays back the MP3 is VLC, and that's probably just because it can't recognize the MP4 data. I tried a few more obscure approaches like Amiga soundtracker songs or other ISO media files, but the header is simply too cramped to fit anything else. At one point, I got really close to embedding a Windows Media download package, which is basically just a zip file that contains a playlist, a skin, and, crucially, audio for the Windows Media Player. But because this is an obscure and long-deprecated feature, the zip support isn't good enough to handle a polyglot. Let me know if you've got an idea on how to cram audio into this thing. In the meanwhile, do check out the description. I'll leave a link to a polyglot file for you to try out with various media of my cat, along with a link to this project on GitHub. This whole thing culminates in a tool I made that can generate polyglots from any of the files that I talked about.
Okay, that's interesting. It's a good thing that my noise suppression works. My custom-made noise suppression works very fucking well, because there are people just blasting music left and right as they're going down the street. Two, three. Do this. 4. Boom shakalaka. There we go. 3, There we go. Surprised. There you go, there's a surprise emote. It kind of looks like, not gonna lie, I probably accidentally made solar balls emotes. As I was recently watching solar balls a lot. You know, real quick, let me flip another video. Alright.
A Jedi is supposed to be a keeper of the peace, but in LEGO Star Wars, that's not.
Here we go. Alright. And
so
here we go.
easy. So to restore the Jedi back to their old ways, I attempted to beat the entire game while killing as few enemies as possible, and it nearly broke me. To complete this challenge, I spent 2 hours on the dumbest jump imaginable, reset the same room 100 times for perfect RNG, and even had to discover a new glitch. And the final kill count, let's just say, is much higher than you'd expect. So, what actually counts as a kill? I counted a kill as any death actively caused by the player character, meaning I can't kill enemies with blasters, lightsabers, deflected blaster bolts, the force, or by pushing them off the map. But if they're dumb enough to jump off the map on their own, or an NPC takes them out for me, that is allowed. I'll first attempt this challenge in story mode, then after use extras and free play to get the final answer. Starting the challenge off in negotiations, we can easily get past the droids in the hall,
What can I add to
as well
this?
as in the vent, but in the final room things get a little more hectic. We need to force this platform to jump over the gate, but before we can, we get shot by the swarm of droids, stopping us from doing so. Luckily, if we utilise the invincibility frames from respawning, we get just enough time to build the platform. From there we can use this panel and enter the MTT. Invasion of Naboo is pretty similar, where we can simply walk past all of the droids, as well as escape from Naboo, where we only need to be careful when shooting these targets, and in Mos Espa Pod Race, we can't even attack, so we can skip straight past. In Retake Theed Palace, we can avoid killing until the final room, where we need to kill these 5 droids guarding the prisoners, as the panel to end the level only spawns once they die, so no out of bounds tech will work. The only way I could think to get around this was to have them walk off the map themselves, but unfortunately, they don't move unless pushed with the force, so I had begun to think this level was impossible. At least that's what I thought. While the droids won't move when they're on screen, if you move away and come back, they'll actually have moved slightly. At first this wasn't very helpful, as they walked away from the hole. However, I found that if you take them to the other side to this point here, they'll actually walk into the pit. This can be repeated for the other 4 droids, allowing us to open the hangar doors. Darth Maul
we're
isn't
done
any
with this one.
easier, as straight away we need to destroy 3 waves of droids to get Maul to lower the bridge. However, we can cross the gap another way. By jumping onto an invisible platform, then onto this light, we can just about reach the other side, avoiding the bridge entirely. In this room we have more problems, as we need to defeat these commanders as well as all of the battle droids to move on. Fortunately, instead of killing them ourselves, we can get the droids to shoot each other off the edge, and for the final droid, we can get the player 2 AI to push them off the edge like so. Unfortunately, straight after, these droidicas appear, who we need to defeat to press both buttons to move on to the final boss fight. But for some reason, if we stand on this platform as we defeat the final droid, the droidicas won't spawn in, meaning we can just move on and fight Maul, who actually survives this fall. This means we end episode 1 with 0 kills. Luckily, Bounty Hunter Pursuit can be skipped, as the only enemy in this level is Zam Wessel, who gets killed by Django.
Alright, we got a third one.
Discovery on Camino is also pretty chill, where the only difficult part is this room here, as we can't leave until all the droids are defeated. However, we can avoid this room altogether. By using a drop-in warp, we can drop player 2 in the next room, avoiding that room entirely. We have the exact same problem in Droid
Oh,
Factory.
I completely
We
forgot.
need to defeat these Geonosians to open the
Hold
door
on.
to the next room. Unfortunately, no drop-in warp or out-of-bounds tech will work, meaning we have to add 9 kills to the tally. Luckily, the rest of the level is a breeze. However, we now enter Jedi Battle, which, as you could guess by the name, completely wrecks this challenge. Where to finish this level, we need to defeat 21 droids to rescue the captives, another 12 in the arena section, as well as Django at the end, totaling to a staggering 34 kills. Fortunately, we don't need any kills in Gunship Cavalry, despite how much these droids love to get in the way, as well as in Count Dooku, meaning we end this episode with 43 kills, 9 in Chapter 3 and 34 in Chapter 4. Quickly moving on to Episode 3, we don't need to shoot any droids in battle over Coruscant,
Export.
but in Chance and in Peril, things get a little more tricky. In this room we need R2, but he only comes out after all of the droids are defeated. I tried getting out of bounds to swap to him from inside the room, but that didn't work, and while we can move on to the next room without him, we still need him for this door, meaning we have to add another 14 droids to the total. Further into the level, we are supposed to defeat Dooku to move on with the story, but we can actually avoid the boss fight. If you use a super jump here with R2, you can get out of bounds and hover into the next room, leaving Dooku alive. From there we can beat the rest of the level easily. In General Grievous, the only enemy is Grievous, who we do have to kill to end the level. Defense of Kashyyyk may be the most painful level yet. The only intended kills are these 6 guarding the Wookiees, where we can just trick the other clones into pressing the buttons for us. The sheer amount of clones in this level made it feel like I was actually living out Order 66, with the end room taking me over 30 minutes due to constantly being shot. Luckily, Rune of the Jedi is much easier, as there aren't as many clones, and we can skip past Darth Vader, as there aren't even any enemies to kill, meaning we end Episode 3 with 15 kills, 14 in Chapter 2 and 1 in Chapter 3. This means we end the prequel trilogy with 58 kills, but is the original trilogy any easier? Well, straight away in Secret Plans, we are supposed to defeat 12 stormtroopers to get past this door, as if we don't, there is an invisible wall blocking the way. But whilst we can't access the door from the front, we can from the sides, so if we do a super jump cancel using lag, we can get our character out of bounds, and walk around to the door to enter the next room. Not much further into the level, we hit another obstacle, as to get past this room, we need to shoot this explosive to get Darth Vader to move. But these stormtroopers
There
are
you got our third one.
meaning we can't hit the barrel without shooting them. However, if we go back into this room and re-enter the Vader room, the stormtrooper's position will reset, giving us time to shoot the barrel. In this room, to get C-3PO across this gap, we need to drop these stormtroopers into the void to get Rebel Friend to lower the bridge. But we can actually get C-3PO across without lowering the bridge. While the crane won't reach this platform, if we walk off the edge with C-3PO, then quickly use the crane, we can just about grab him. Unfortunately, in the next room, we do need to kill these 16 stormtroopers to get past, as unlike the previous rooms, I was unable to get out of bounds, as no transition skip or super jump worked. But the rest of the level can be done kill-free. Fortunately, the Jundon Waste is much kinder, with the Tusken Raiders and Jawas just being a minor inconvenience. But the same can't be said for Mos Eisley Spaceport, which has stormtroopers everywhere. The first problem is entering the cantina, as the door only opens after these 9 enemies are defeated. Fortunately, there is a workaround. By using the speeder, if we push player 2 against a wall, they will get nudged out of bounds. From here we can walk to the door and enter the cantina. The next problem is all the way at the end of the level, where to lower the Falcon door, we need to kill 42 stormtroopers, as well as the Imperial spy, at least I think, as he appears later in this cutscene, meaning he either has access to Palpatine's cloning program, or is secretly a Jedi in disguise. Luckily, there is a really clever way to avoid this boss fight. By forcing R2 with Obi-Wan, then dropping in, we can get to the Falcon without triggering the boss fight. This means the door remains open, so we can simply enter the Falcon. The next level is Rescue the Princess, which is somehow even worse. While this level seems easy at first, this gap will change your opinion very quickly. Normally, to get past this section, we need to kill the stormtroopers on the other side to allow Obi-Wan to build the bridge, as the gap is too far to jump across. Well, not quite. While it is too far to jump across normally, by using both players, if we shoot Han mid-jump, he gets a slight boost, making this gap barely possible. And I mean barely, as in order to get across, you have to time a frame-perfect jump and shot, while controlling both players at the same time. Fortunately, by landing more than one shot, you get a slightly more lenient window, but in order to get this, you have to time a dive roll with Luke to get a burst shot, adding even more complexity. After a few solo attempts, I realised it would be impossible to do by myself, so I had to recruit my girlfriend to aid me with this challenge. So after 2 hours of fail after fail, with close call after close call, we finally hit it. Thankfully, the rest of this level is easy from there.
Ooh.
Death Star Escape is slightly better, as we can make it through most of the level without any kills until the final room, where to enter the Falcon, we need to defeat around 22 stormtroopers to get the Falcon door to open.
Surprise.
However, instead of shooting them, if we come back with a stormtrooper helmet, instead of shooting at us, the stormtroopers will start wandering around the room. This may not seem useful at first, until you notice this pit over to the left, which for some reason, the stormtroopers don't detect, and will just walk straight into. So, if we wait for around 20 minutes, enough stormtroopers will fall in the hole to lower the Falcon door so we can enter. We can easily get past Rebel attack without shooting, meaning we end episode 4 with 16 kills, all coming from
What we
chapter
can do
1.
here.
Unfortunately, our 0 kill streak ends with Hoth Battle. In this room we have
How
this
about
wolf,
angry,
which
an
can't be
Angie
blown up
emote,
till
the
ice is
Angie
melted,
one.
which can only be done by destroying this 8080. However, instead of blowing it up, we can simply fly over it. By doing a loop-de-loop and dropping in player 2, we can spawn them above the wall, giving just enough height to get over it. Unfortunately, this is where the good news ends, as just like in Jedi Battle, in the final room we have to defeat every enemy. Escape from Echo Base is mostly fine, with the main issue being this room. To get past, we need to blow up the door to build the panel, but since these snowtroopers are in the way and can't move, we can't shoot the door without hitting them. Instead, we can clip ourselves out of bounds using the snowmobile, like in Mos Eisley Spaceport to get past. We can skip straight past Falcon Flight, and in Dagobah, the only enemies are these bats and a vision of Vader. The only spot in Cloud City Trap where killing is usually required is DB3, where we need to kill 6 stormtroopers to get through, but instead, we can just jump over the gap to end the fight early. The first issue in Betrayal over Bespin is this room, as to get across this gap, we need to defeat 24 stormtroopers to get this grapple platform to spawn. Luckily, we can just get the stormtroopers to shoot each other off the edge, so we can move on with no kills. We meet the exact same problem in the final room, however this time, instead of getting the stormtroopers to shoot each other off the edge, we can walk back to this point here, then come back, as it tricks the game into thinking the end room has been completed, loading the end trigger early, so we can walk to the door and end the level. This means we end episode 5 with 35 kills, all coming from chapter 1. In Jabba's palace we can avoid killing until the very end of the level, where we need to drop this gate on the Rancor. But in the Great Pit of Carkoon, we don't need to kill at all, even Boba Fett, who actually survives the Sarlacc pit. In the Speeder section in Speeder Showdown, we have to defeat 4 waves of scout troopers in order to lower this gate, totaling to 14 kills, but we can actually skip this section entirely. By getting player 2 stuck here, if we get player 1 to go on top of them and do a flip, we can drop out player 1 at the peak of the flip to gain just enough height to jump over the gate, as if you drop a player out while they're in a vehicle, they don't actually drop out, but instead exit the vehicle. We can avoid killing in the Battle of Endor pretty easily, and for Jedi Destiny, the only kill we need is on Palpatine, and yes, he does die here. Unfortunately, the final level into the Death Star is the hardest of the entire video, as the first room is an absolute nightmare. In this room, we need to destroy 4 Star Destroyers, each with 2 torpedoes, that we get from destroying TIE bombers. Seems simple, right? As we just need to defeat 8 bombers. Well, not quite. See, when destroying a TIE bomber, there is only a 33% chance of it being replaced by another bomber, and since the level starts with 2, this means we need to get 6 out of 7 in a row, which is a 5 in 729 chance, or about 0.7%, so we only need 6 kills right. Well, no, as it's actually possible to duplicate torpedoes. After a ship is destroyed, if player 1 and 2 collect the torpedo on the exact same frame, both get a torpedo, which means we would only need to destroy 4 ships. But what if we could do even better? Remember how I said at the beginning of the video, I discovered a new glitch? Well, I found out it's actually possible to duplicate a torpedo after you die while holding one, which means you only ever need to kill 1 ship, as you can keep duplicating the same torpedo infinitely, which means we would only require 1 kill to complete this room, and no more for the rest of the level. This means we end episode 6 with only 3 kills.
Beamer's gonna have a field day with that one.
1 in chapter 5 and 1 in chapter 6, bringing our final total in story mode to 112 kills. But what if we include free play and extras? Well, in Droid Factory, we can actually escape the start room without any kills, using a lag clip to get through the door. This is where we swap from a small hitbox character to a large hitbox character to hit the transition zone through the door, saving us 9 kills. And in Chancellor in Peril, we don't need to rescue R2, so we can avoid the 14 in this room. In Secret Plans, we can use a triple jump with Yoda to clip through this ceiling to jump over the door, meaning we don't have to kill the 16 stormtroopers to open it. And finally, in Into the Death Star, we can spare 1 kill by using infinite torpedoes, as we don't need to destroy any of the TIE bombers, meaning we end this challenge with a final total of 72 kills. For the remaining kills, 34 are in Jedi Battle, 1 in General Grievous, 35 in Hoth Battle, 1 in Jabba's Palace and 1 in Jedi Descent. If you enjoyed the video, please make sure to like and subscribe, and check out my other videos, and as always, thanks for watching.
You first. What is... Okay. Alright, neck reckoning. Here we go.
Google warns it's dangerous.
It's dangerous to go low and take this. Please. Thank you. Alright. Alright. Do this.
Developers call it a piracy paradise, and tech giants have spent millions trying to shut it down. But with over 1 billion downloads, Aptoide might just be the most important app store you've never heard of. What if I told you that this tiny Portuguese company is single-handedly changing how we download apps forever, and that they've somehow managed to survive all-out warfare from one of the most powerful companies on Earth? The story of Aptoide isn't just about apps. It's about who controls what goes on your phone, and why Google and Apple are absolutely terrified of what happens next.
Wait, back up a sec.
Most of us just download apps the normal way, right? You open that little Play Store icon on your Android or the App Store on your iPhone, and boom, there's your apps. It's easy to forget that the whole system is actually pretty weird when you think about it. Like, there are literally millions of apps out there, but only 2 companies, Google and Apple, decide which ones you're allowed to install. And, oh yeah, they also take a massive 30% cut of all the money that flows through these stores. I mean, imagine if you could only buy groceries from one store in your entire city, and that store got to decide what products were allowed on shelves and took a third of all the money. You'd be like, isn't that a monopoly or something? That's basically what we've accepted as normal in the app world, and that's where our story begins. Back in 2009, this Portuguese computer science guy named Paulo Trezentos had a pretty simple idea. What if anyone could create their own app store?
Wait, what?
Trezentos isn't some big shot tech CEO. He was literally working on his PhD when he started building what would become Aptoide. The name, by the way, is this weird mashup of APT, the package manager for Linux, and Android.
I know it's nerdy.
But the concept was genuinely innovative. Instead of one centralized store controlled by a single company, Aptoide would be thousands of mini stores all connected together. Think of it like if every YouTube channel could also be its own little app store, or an Amazon where you could sell apps. That means you could have stores focused just on games, or productivity apps, or whatever each store owner decides what apps they want to include. The other big difference, Aptoide only takes a 19% commission instead of Google's 30%. That extra 11% might not sound like much, but for developers making thousands or millions of dollars, it's a huge deal because every penny counts. Now, the obvious question. If this is so great, why isn't everyone using it? Well, for one thing, Google really doesn't want you to. If you try to download Aptoide, you'll get these scary warnings about how it might damage your device or steal your data. Google's Play Protect system actively blocks it. And honestly, some of those concerns aren't completely unfounded. Alternative app stores have a bit of a sketchy reputation. See, without Google's strict approval process, some apps can slip through. In 2018, a security firm found that about 25% of apps on Aptoide had some kind of security or privacy issue, which is not great. Then there's a piracy problem. Let's be real, a lot of people use Aptoide to get paid apps for free. It's basically the Napster of app stores. Some developers have found their premium apps being distributed without their permission, which obviously sucks if you're trying to make a living creating apps. So yeah, there are legitimate reasons to be cautious, but that's only one part of the story. Now, what I'm about to tell you is where things get wild. Instead of fully embracing its reputation as this Wild West piracy paradise, Aptoide started making some changes, at least on paper. Around 2019, they launched this Aptoide Trusted Badges system that supposedly verified legitimate apps. They created an anti-malware scanner and claimed it could catch problems that Google might miss. They also started talking about removing pirated apps and implemented a system where developers could report unauthorized versions of their software. Now, let's be real here. Did this actually solve all the problems? Not even close. The App Store still has tons of questionable content. A quick search online shows plenty of users and developers who remain skeptical of these supposed improvements. But these changes weren't really about becoming perfect. They were about creating just enough legitimacy to fight a bigger battle. Because despite all its flaws, Aptoide had identified a genuine problem in the market: Google's complete control over app distribution. They were about to pick a fight with one of the biggest companies on Earth.
Who first?
In 2020, Aptoide joined forces with other app stores and developers to form this team against Google. They filed a massive antitrust complaint in the European Union, claiming Google was using its position to crush competition. So what was Google's response to this newly formed collaboration? Within weeks, Google's Play Protect started flagging Aptoide as a dangerous malware, not just with a little warning, with these huge, scary pop-ups. If you tried to install it, Android would basically scream at you that your device was at risk. Even worse, users who already had Aptoide installed suddenly couldn't access their apps. Google was using their control over the Android operating system to actively sabotage a competitor. It was like if Microsoft decided one
Which is
day
also the
that
reason why,
was dangerous and prevented.
because Google actively did that, and some developers posted their findings of Google doing that. That's the reason why Google had to pay basically 10 to 20% of their net worth because of the shit that developers exposed Google for, and Google didn't like that. So what is Google doing to combat being exposed? Locking down the fucking Android operating system, so they don't have to do it, have to suffer another lawsuit because they got owned because of their own evidence that other developers found about all their antitrust bullshit.
It from opening on any Windows computer. I'll be out of business if that happens. So the message was clear. This is our platform and we decide what runs on it. Aptoide's user base dropped by about 20% almost overnight. For most companies, this would be game over. But then something unexpected happened, and you won't believe me when I tell you this. The EU actually sided with Aptoid. In July 2022, the European Commission ruled that Google had been abusing its dominant position to prevent fair competition. They slapped Google with a €4.34 billion fine, that's billion with a B, and demanded they stop blocking alternative app stores. Suddenly, Aptoid wasn't just some sketchy alternative anymore, it had legitimacy, it had EU backing, and
And you know what else happened? Google still tried to block it behind EU's back. And then they had to pay their net worth and pay a portion of their net worth. Apple did the fucking same thing. Apple didn't want to pay for it. But EU told Google and Apple, follow the law in the EU or be kicked the fuck out. So Apple and Google maliciously complied. They did a bare minimum to follow the law in the EU, while still trying to bypass the EU's laws. And then they got fined again. This time in an even bigger fine. And Google and Apple both said, yeah, we're just gonna follow the law. We don't want to lose any more profits.
most importantly, it had momentum. Epic Games joined forces with them after their own battles with Apple and Google. Then Samsung quietly started collaborating. Even Amazon, with its own alternative app store, showed interest. All these companies realized the same thing. Why should Google and Apple get to be the gatekeepers for the entire mobile ecosystem? I actually downloaded Aptoid again around this time and was honestly shocked by how much it had improved. The interface was slick, the security was tight, and I could find pretty much any app I wanted. It wasn't perfect, but it was legitimate. By 2023, Aptoid had transformed from this weird fringe app store into a serious contender. They hit 300 million active users. That's almost the population of the entire United States. They were processing over 10 billion downloads per year. But the really fascinating part was seeing who was using it. It wasn't just tech nerds and pirates anymore. In Brazil, Aptoid had a 32% market share among Android users. In parts of Southeast Asia, it was the preferred way to download apps. Even in Europe, it was gaining ground. What really surprised me about Aptoid's user base was how diverse it had become. This wasn't just tech rebels and people looking for free apps anymore. In some countries, regular people were using it without even realizing they were part of some grand revolution against big tech. I saw forum posts from older users who didn't even know that they were using an alternative app store. To them, it was just the app store their family member had set up on their phone. That's when it clicked for me. Aptoid wasn't winning because they were some noble crusader against big tech. They were gaining traction in certain markets because they were filling gaps that Google left open, especially in countries where Google's presence wasn't as strong. They were winning because they were creating an app store that actually worked better for regular people. But in 2020, disaster struck. A massive security breach exposed user data from about 20 million Aptoid accounts. Emails, hashed passwords, and some payment details were compromised. Google immediately pounced, running these very public security awareness campaigns that were basically just saying,
See, told ya.
App developers started pulling their apps. Users fled back to Google Play. It looked like the end of the road. The company's reputation was in tatters. After years of fighting to overcome their sketchy image, they were right back where they started. And let's be honest, it was a legitimate screw-up. No amount of David versus Goliath narrative changes the fact that they failed to protect their users' data. Instead of making excuses or downplaying the breach, Aptoid did something unexpected. They completely rebuilt their security infrastructure from the ground up. They hired some of the top security experts in Europe. They open-sourced
All
the
right.
security protocols so independent researchers could verify them. They even created a bug bounty program that paid hackers to find vulnerabilities. And most impressively, they compensated affected users with premium accounts and credit. By mid-2024, they had emerged stronger than before. Their new security system was being praised as potentially more robust than Google's in some areas. As some random dude put it, sometimes you need to completely break something to rebuild it properly. Today,
Yeah.
Aptoide isn't just surviving, it's thriving. They've expanded beyond just being an app store and have started creating tools for developers to distribute their apps however they want. Remember that 30% Google tax I mentioned? Well, thanks to pressure from Aptoide and others, Google has been forced to reduce their fees in many markets. More importantly, the EU's Digital Markets Act, which went into full effect this year, now requires Apple and Google to allow alternative app stores. That regulation exists in large part because of Aptoide's efforts. And we're starting to see the impacts. Last month, Apple finally opened iOS to alternative app stores for the first time ever. It's a limited implementation and they're still trying to maintain control, but the wall has been breached. What started as this tiny Portuguese side project has
Apple's already been
fundamentally
fined for
changed
trying to
how
maintain
application
control.
works. They took $1 trillion
But the fine's so big
against all odds.
that
Actually,
Apple said, no, we're just gonna
the most
follow the
interesting
law.
part to me isn't the David versus Goliath story. It's that Aptoide revealed something many of us suspected but couldn't prove. The App Store monopolies weren't really about security or user experience. They were about control and profit. When pushed, both Google and Apple had made concessions that they previously claimed would compromise user security. Turns out those dire warnings were maybe a bit exaggerated. This isn't to say security isn't important, it absolutely is, but it was being used as a shield to protect what are essentially extremely profitable toll booths on the digital economy. So is Aptoide safe to use now? Mostly, yeah. Their security has improved dramatically, and they've gotten much better at removing problematic apps. Is it for everyone? Probably not. If you're not comfortable venturing outside the Google/Apple ecosystem, that's totally fine. But the next time you get annoyed at Apple or Google's App Store policies, remember that alternatives exist. The mobile world doesn't have to be a walled garden controlled by two companies. And that's really the story of Aptoide. Not just a controversial app store, but a glimpse at what a more open mobile ecosystem could look like. Anyways, that's a wild story of the most controversial app store in history.
Yep. Also, try to make this fire look good. Hold on real quick. Alright. Alright, here we go. Alright. I have also another idea so I can implement. If this it's gonna be holding a fire. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's a good idea. Towards here. And then layer 6. We're gonna have I probably should have done that in the first place. No, please. Am I still using? Yeah. All right. There we go. Do I still want the fire? Okay. Here. Try to fill in some gaps. Alright. Fire kind of helps. Kind of looks like a Windows error kind of thing, like overheating, something like that. Alright. Okay, so the high is still pending approval. Hold on, let me restart the dashboard real quick and see if it. No, it's still pending approval. Alright. One time to do this in every video. Ooh, unused content.
It's not a bug, it's a feature. The programmers often use that excuse to justify
There we go.
their garbage code, and sometimes it actually works. Like in the original Sid Meier's Civilization game, Gandhi's aggression level was set to an unsigned integer of 1, making him a super chill pacifist, but when another civ adopts diplomacy, it reduces aggression by 2. 1 minus 2 equals 255, or an unsigned integer underflow, which maxed out Gandhi's aggression and turned him into a diabolical thermonuclear enthusiast. Civ players love this bug so much that it became a feature. That's the urban legend anyway, but it's all fun and games until people start losing money and getting blown up in real life. Real men test in
Oof.
production, and in today's video, we're going to take this carbon fiber submarine and travel down the software bug iceberg to look at 25 examples of bad code that changed the world, where the deeper we go, the more severe the consequences. If you survive until the end, you'll understand why to do fix it later might be the last line of code you ever write. Our journey begins in the year 2008, a time when people still use devices like iPods to listen to music. Microsoft had its own crappy
Export.
knockoff called Zune. The device worked great until December 31st, New Year's Eve, when every Zune around the world froze and became a very stylish brick. The screen displayed a loading bar and would get stuck at 100% and then just stay there. It could only be fixed manually by removing the battery. This happened because it wasn't programmed to account for the extra day in a leap year. When reaching the 366th day of a leap year, the software attempted to reset, but a logic error in handling the day count meant the device could not exit the loop, causing it to freeze permanently. This code could be easily fixed by simply breaking out of the loop when the number of days reached 367, but not all bugs are that easy to fix, like the infamous Pentium FDIV bug of 94. Occasionally, when a program did floating point division on a Pentium chip, it would return an incorrect value. It only happened in about 1 in 9 billion division operations, but was discovered by a professor at Lynchburg College while doing computational number theory. Originally, he thought it was his own bug, but after extensive testing, he reported it to Intel. Intel tried to downplay it, but then IBM suspended Intel chips in their PCs, and it turned into a massive PR nightmare. The core issue is related to the SRT division algorithm, which is a way to speed up division by using lookup tables to estimate the next digit of a quotient. The lookup table contains 1066 entries, but the problem in this bug is that 5 entries were missing, causing certain combinations of numbers to return incorrect results at the hardware level. That's pretty bad, but this next bug was found inside an Apple. In 2019, you could use your iPhone to start a FaceTime call with someone, then while the call is ringing, swipe up to add another person, making it a group call, add your own phone number as an additional person, then FaceTime would glitch out and think the group call was active, and now you can eavesdrop on the audio from the original recipient's phone. And then, if the person pressed the power button to dismiss the call, it would activate their camera. What's even crazier is that this bug was discovered by a 14-year-old while trying to set up a group chat for playing Fortnite. Then he tells his mom, and his mom tries to report it to Apple. Apple thinks its code is perfect and just ignores him, but then, about a week later, the bug starts to go viral on social media, and everybody's doing it on live streams. At this point, Apple disables group FaceTime entirely and released a patch about a week later. They did make things right with the 14-year-old though, and awarded him a bug bounty and some education funding. But the root of the problem appears to be the fact that they weren't
Apple tried to hide it.
before activating
Hold
the
on.
stream. Normally, software.
The fact that Apple tried to hide it, and then it went viral. The only reason why Apple awarded the 14-year-old is so Apple wouldn't get into a class action lawsuit. The only reason why companies do good things is either one, to increase their reputation, usually small businesses, or two, is to avoid any class action lawsuits, which is usually what big tech always does. Also, we got a fourth emote, the Engie. Oh yeah, got a fourth emote now. For the surprise one, should I have went with a... Oh, I could make an improvement for the surprise one. Maybe... Here we go. And what we're gonna do is... Boom. There's our new improved one. File. Save as. Yep. Why did he do save as? I'm gonna be exporting it. Export. Okay, gonna upload a new one. Delete from library. They'll re-add it back. Oh. It's gonna be pending. Why is this gonna be pending approval? The other three are okay. So while we were waiting on that, might as well add a new one and just put the text as high. So we can do this. Oh. And then yep. That works too. Export. One more open slot. Okay, we need those two. So the high and high tier can be pending approval for some reason. But right now, I'm gonna be focusing on now the tier emotes. All right, here we go. Yep, those are all four that we had. All right.
Bugs cause people to lose money, but sometimes the opposite is true, like the 2024 Chase ATM glitch. Most banking systems run on proprietary code that was written 50 years ago using ancient languages like COBOL. Usually when you deposit a check, it needs a few days to clear before you can withdraw those funds from an ATM. But at JP Chase, some sort of glitch prevented this safeguard, and tons of viral videos hit TikTok of people withdrawing tens of thousands of dollars that they never had, by simply depositing a fake check and then withdrawing money right away. I'm no fan of the banking system, but unfortunately, this also constitutes check fraud. A few days later, these people had bank accounts deep in the red and are now being sued by the bank and may face criminal charges. That brings us to the end of Tier 1, and things are going to get a lot crazier from here. But now, it's time to dive below the surface into Tier 2, starting with the AT&T long-distance crash of 1990. The cell phones were hardly a thing back then.
Time for a new one.
To communicate with someone outside of your village, you'd have to pay for a long-distance network. After a software update, a single faulty line of code caused a network switch to crash
crash and automatically reboot. One failed switch is no big deal, but when it would reboot, it would cause neighboring switches to fail as well, resulting in a cascade of failures that took out the entire network. The bug was a C program that included a break statement within an if clause within a switch clause. When a second message was received while the switch was still processing the first, the program dropped out of the if clause prematurely and overwrote crucial data, causing that switch to reset. And this created a domino effect that blocked 50 million calls around the world. A dropped call is annoying, but the last place you want to bug is in an aircraft, especially when it's in the oxygen system of an F-35 fighter jet. In 2012, pilots were experiencing hypoxia-like symptoms during flights, like dizziness, disorientation, and overconfidence, just like a drunk driver. These jets have a complex oxygen generation system called OBOGs. Usually it worked fine, but the underlying software wasn't robust enough to account for real-time variables like rapid altitude changes or variations in pilot breathing patterns. When it comes to data, the old saying goes, garbage in, garbage out. And when that data controls how much oxygen you get while flying a $100 million lethal weapon, you better be damn sure you test your code for all possible variables. In this case, the code is top secret, but it's probably C++, and luckily nobody got blown up, and it was later fixed with a software update. Speaking of airplanes though, back in 2008, the £4.3 billion Heathrow Terminal 5 opened, and it only took a few days for a software bug to result in over 500 canceled flights and 42,000 lost bags. The new terminal had a complex automated baggage handling system with 30 miles of conveyor belts and RFIDs and barcodes to manage up to 12,000
For the
bags per
classic.
hour. When they pushed to prod, several different software systems failed to communicate. Employees couldn't log in, RFID tracking systems couldn't track bags, among many other issues. And this led to an entire breakdown of the system, costing £16 million to fix, which is a prime example of when testing in production goes wrong, but well-tested code breaks too. In 1982, the Vancouver Stock Exchange began to slowly decrease in value due to a rounding error. The error was so minor though that nobody even noticed. The value of the total index started at 1,000, but then over the course of 2 years dropped to 520, until one day somebody was like, what the hell is going on here? It was a software bug, but had the index increased in value, it would have been a feature. What happened was the software was truncating each stock price change to 2 decimal places instead of rounding. One stock in an index of thousands only has a minor impact, but over time it creates a cumulative rounding error, and in this case they had to completely recalculate the value of the index from scratch. And that brings us to November 1988, when Robert Morris accidentally created the Morris worm on this here floppy disk. Morris was not an evil hacker, but a graduate student at Cornell who released a self-replicating computer program designed to gauge the size of the internet, which was tiny back then, but it rapidly spread across Unix-based systems, and crashed thousands of computers in the process by overwhelming their resources. It took out 6,000 computers, which at that time was around 10% of the total internet. The worm itself exploited weaknesses in things like the send-mail protocol and a buffer overflow vulnerability in the finger program, which provided information about users on the network. The program would then execute code remotely on these machines and send itself to other machines on the network. His plan almost worked, but there was a bug in his code that would reinfect the same computer over and over again. Eventually it took out MIT, UC Berkeley, and NASA, and resulted in Morris getting the first felony conviction under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. But now it's time to dive deeper into Tier 3, where things actually start to blow up, like NASA's Mars Climate Orbiter in 1999, which torched 120.
Remember, chat, back then, the way the justice system works is they want someone to blame for, they blamed him, boom, charged.
$25 million in taxpayer money when it burned up entering the atmosphere of Mars. And that happened because one software team used imperial units, pound force, while the other team used metric units, Newton seconds. And that's kind of a big issue when it comes to space travel, especially when just a few years ago in 1996, bad software caused the Ariane 5 rocket to explode. Exactly 37 seconds after liftoff, a software bug in the inertial reference system led to a critical data conversion error, where a 64-bit floating point number was incorrectly converted to a 16-bit integer. This made the rocket think it was 90 degrees off course, and when it went to correct at high velocity, it went boom. Luckily, there was nobody on board, but in 2010, the Toyota Prius put a bunch of people in danger due to a bug in its anti-lock braking system, which would cause momentary delays in braking under certain conditions, like on icy roads or potholes.
There's something wrong with the brakes.
The computer created a 0.4-second delay, switching from regenerative braking to friction braking. gasoline, and this resulted in a recall of 400,000 vehicles, which was a beautiful thing because it meant there weren't as many Prius drivers driving slow in the fast lane. That was a big mistake made by low-level systems engineers, but front-end developers screw things up too, like the 2020 Citibank bad UI disaster. Citibank was intending to make an interest payment of $8 million, however, due to a poorly designed UI, they accidentally transferred the full loan amount of approximately $900 million. The software had a confusing 3-screen process for payments, and the interface made it appear as though checking certain boxes would ensure only interest was paid, but in reality it did the opposite. Now, after Citibank accidentally paid back this money, they asked the lenders if they could have it back, and they were like, nah bro. So Citibank took them to court, but the court ruled in favor of the lenders and let them keep the $900 million that Citibank accidentally transferred due to the bad UI. That's pretty bad, but this tier wouldn't be complete if we didn't talk about the Y2K bug. In the early days of programming, no one thought the world would still be around by the year 2000, so they typically used only 2 digits to represent years. As the year 2000 approached, people realized this and began to panic that computers would interpret 00 as the year 1900 instead of 2000. What's funny about Y2K is that this issue never caused any widespread disasters, but the media hysteria around it led to billions of dollars being spent in preparation for the end of the world. But now it's time to ratchet up the pressure in Tier 4, which includes critical bugs that caused widespread damage around the world, like the Night Capital money burn speedrun. This company used algorithms to perform trades in the stock market. However, the developers accidentally used a variable name linked to an outdated testing algorithm called PowerPeg, which had been inactive since 2003. This algorithm was designed to manipulate virtual markets by buying high and selling low. Now, if you don't know much about investing, usually you want to buy low and then sell high. That's not financial advice though. When they pushed a prod, the algorithm went haywire and started flooding the New York Stock Exchange with incorrect trades.
That's literally the golden rule of financial advice.
Night Capital lost $440 million in a single day and wiped out 75% of investors' equity. But a far scarier bug is Heartbleed of 2014, which was a vulnerability in OpenSSL, a library that's supposed to make internet communication secure, which was caused by a simple coding oversight, a missing bounds check in the implementation of the Transport Layer Security or TSL heartbeat extension. Normally, when a client sends a heartbeat request, it includes a payload and expects the server to reply with the same payload. However, due to improper input validation, an attacker could send a malicious heartbeat request that appeared legitimate, and this allowed attackers to repeatedly request memory contents from the server, potentially gaining access to highly confidential data without any way to be detected. And that's unimaginably bad because 2/3 of the internet servers were vulnerable. Now, we already talked about Toyota's braking problem, but they also implemented an acceleration problem, where your car would magically speed up uncontrollably and try to kill you. It led to 6,200 complaints, 52 injuries, and 89 deaths. This one could have gone in Tier 5, but it was a multitude of issues that caused the problem, not just the software. But the investigation revealed that a software bug in the electronic throttle control system was partly to blame. Apparently, the code had terrible error handling logic and lacked redundancy, and the code was structured in a way to allow multiple failure points, which could cascade through the entire system. And that's not good when that software is in control of your throttle. Toyota had to recall 9 million vehicles and pay $1.2 billion in fines and settlements. In the previous tier, Y2K was a bit disappointing, but just a few months ago, CrowdStrike gave us the Y2K we deserved. As a cybersecurity company, they convinced companies to install this thing called the Falcon sensor, which has kernel-level access to all their employees' machines. Everything was going great until one day somebody pushed a bad configuration file called channel file 291 to production. This resulted in millions of Windows machines entering the blue screen of death. Hospitals shut down, flights were canceled, and people nearly starved to death after the Arby's drive-thru went down. It was bad, but not as bad as the Northeastern blackout, which occurred on August 14th, 2003, when nearly 50 million people in the United States and Canada lost power. First Energy Corporation had a monitoring system for the power grid, but its error handling code wasn't so good. If multiple alarms were generated in a short period of time, the entire system would enter an unrecoverable state without notifying the operators, and this meant that no new alarms would be shown, and no existing ones be cleared, which meant that it looked like everything was normal to the operators, but in reality, half the damn country didn't have power. Luckily, nobody died, but now our submarine is making a weird cracking noise as we get down to the bottom tier. In 1994, a military helicopter of the Royal Air Force took off in Scotland in foggy conditions. The aircraft has an automatic throttle control that takes inputs from sensors placed around the aircraft, but in these challenging conditions, the system became overloaded and didn't know what to do. When things started getting weird, the pilots tried to regain manual control, but eventually lost total control, and 25 people died in the process. The investigation found that the throttle control software was not adequately tested under these conditions, but perhaps the most famous deadly software bug is the Thorac 25 radiation machine. This was a device used to treat cancer cancer patients by providing a therapeutic dose of radiation. Unfortunately, it was yet another device with inadequate error handling, and when it encountered a race condition, it wouldn't just break, but it would deliver the patient with a lethal dose of radiation, and at least 3 patients died after receiving radiation doses 100 times higher than intended. In addition to the race condition bug, the device also removed mechanical interlocks that provide a physical safeguard from things like this happening, and instead chose to rely entirely on software, and that was a fatal mistake. But usually when software kills people, it has to do with the military-industrial complex. In 1991, the United States was fighting the Gulf War in Iraq, and Saddam launched a Scud missile that should have been easily intercepted by the Patriot missile system. Unfortunately, there was a bug in the system's clock and timing calculations. It had a 24-bit timer that tracked time in tenths of seconds, but after it was in operation for over 100 hours without a reset, the timer overflowed, causing it to report incorrect information about incoming threats, and that incoming Scud missile killed 28 American soldiers. For that issue, you can blame a back-end developer, but the 1988 Aegis combat system disaster was caused by a front-end developer. One day, it accidentally shot down a civilian plane from Iran with 290 souls on board. The investigation revealed that a lack of user-friendly information on the system's display was one of the key reasons that they misidentified the friendly plane as a threat. There was a timing lag that led to misleading altitude data, which ultimately led to a tragic mistake. One of the biggest military contractors, though,
Which
is Boeing,
almost led to
and they make many
war.
of the jets we fly on, like the 737 MAX. Thanks to programmers, these modern jets practically fly themselves, but maybe that's not a good thing. These planes were updated with a thing called the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS, which would automatically push the nose down to prevent a stall. There were 2 angle of attack sensors hooked up to the system, but it would initiate the nose down sequence if only one of them provided weird data. But that was a major oversight in the programming, because if one of the sensors provided faulty data, it would start pushing the nose down. And that's exactly what happened on 2 tragic flights, Lion Air Flight 610 in 2018 and Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 in 2019, where 346 passengers and crew lost their lives. Boeing's reputation was permanently bricked after all 737 MAX planes were grounded, and the fix was to simply make sure that both sensors were providing consistent data before pushing the nose down. This final tier was tragic, but on the bright side, good code has saved a lot more lives than the lives lost by bad code. Writing entirely bug-free code is difficult, but remember, there are 2 ways to write error-free programs. Only the third one works. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah, fixing it. Alright, let's see here.
Hey, what's going on? It turns out that in an official strategy guide interview, Shigeru Miyamoto revealed that Mario was going to be able to throw MIP.
I can't risk copyright.
They're the gaming industry's greatest villain.
Okay, as much as I want to watch a video, I still cannot risk copyright.
Yo, I'm gonna delete.
Ooh, okay.
The Postgres directory on DB2 should be safe. Sounds good to me. I'm running the command.
Alright. This is now ready. Let me upload it real quick. Let's see. Let's save as export. Alright, baby. Alright, here we go. First tier 1 emote. Alright, there we go. I'm not clicking again. Alright. There you go.
At 6 p.m. UTC, a beautiful day in Silicon Valley, work was going on as usual at GitLab HQ. Just kidding, GitLab is fully remote. GitLab is a code-sharing platform just like GitHub, except open source. The main character of the story, team member 1, was about to sign off for the day, unaware of the disaster that was ahead. He was working in UTC time, so one of these countries. Unfortunately, his evening was interrupted at 6 p.m. when he was paged in for high database load. After scrolling through the dashboards, he saw that the total number of snippets was rising dramatically and assumed the root cause was spam. This was a fair assumption as GitLab had been experiencing similar spam issues in the past week, just less severe. Over the hours, the team attempted to block certain spam IPs as well as delete spam users. By 9 p.m., they were alerted to the database having an elevated number of locks. Whenever write transactions are made to a record, it will enforce a lock, forcing further writes to the record to wait for the first one to finish. This ensures that the writes do not interfere with each other. More spam, more writes, more locks, more latency. The engineers continue to search for other sources of spam. Team member 1 said he was going to sign off as it was getting late. Suddenly, a different alarm went off, this time for database replication lag. GitLab had two databases, a primary one and a secondary replica. Users will write to the primary database db1.cluster.gitlab.com, which will forward the same write to the secondary db2. The second database cluster was in standby and only used for failover purposes, a lesson they've learned in the past where db1 was a single point of failure. The process of forwarding the identical writes to db2 is called replication, and over 4 gigabytes of data in db1 failed to replicate in
Not time
db2.
for a second T1
This was
emote.
a novel issue without proper documentation, so team member 1 stayed online to support the team.
There
The
we go.
database they used was PostgreSQL, which had a command PG base backup to create a
I see.
from a
I have
live
an idea.
database. The plan was to remove the existing incomplete data on db2 and to run PG base backup to copy the current db1 data to db2, and then restart replication from there. According to the plan, team member 1 SSH'd onto db2, removed the existing data, and attempted to run the command. At first, the command would just hang, seemingly doing nothing. But after retrying, the command complained that db1 did not have enough replication clients. No problem. Team member 1 proceeded to SSH onto db1 and increased this value in the config. Upon attempting to reload Postgres, it complained that there were too many open connections, which happens when max connections is set too high. He lowered this value, and this time the settings applied without issue. Going back to db2, he ran PG base backup again, and once more it appeared to just hang and do nothing. At this point, frustration began to kick in. The engineers thought perhaps the prior attempts to run base backup before the configuration changes had created some buggy files in the data directory, interfering with the current run. The fix would be to remove these files and try again. Well, might as well give it a shot, thought team member 1. A hard reset to start on a clean slate, so to say. He prepared the command to rm rf directory and ran it in his shell.
Hold on, what was I gonna do? Okay, I actually have to look in the emotes. See, because I forgot what I planned. Now I remember. Now I remember. Alright. Here we go.
Session. Immediately after pressing enter, he noticed the shell in which he ran the command was the one connected to the live production db1. He slams Control-C harder than he ever had before, but it was too late. Of the over
I see you like the emotes.
gigabytes of data, only 4.5 was left. If you recall, DB2 was previously wiped of data before running the backup command. GitLab now officially had 0 data in any of their production database servers.
Alright, let's see here.
Guys, I may have just accidentally deleted DB1.
You what?
I just RMRF'd DB1 out of existence.
Alright, looks like we need a call for some backup.
The team scrambled to find a backup of the production data. They checked for the database backups that were supposed to be uploaded to S3, but there was nothing there. Then they checked for disk snapshots, but they found they didn't actually take these snapshots for their database servers, as they assumed the other backup procedures were sufficient. Lastly, they checked for logical volume snapshots or backups of the file system. GitLab had a staging database for testing, which periodically captured snapshots
Create a second tier 1
to
emote.
remain up to date with prod. These snapshots were normally captured once every 24 hours, but luckily team member 1 had taken a snapshot 6 hours before the outage. Now there were 2 choices. They could copy either the entire LVM snapshot or just the Postgres data directory from staging to prod. The amount of data was similar in both options, but they opted to copy the data directory as that would be easier to restore from. Problem was, their staging environment used Azure Classic in a different region without premium storage, which they cannot retroactively upgrade, therefore limiting data transfer rates to around 60 megabits per second. Copying the data to production took a solid 18 hours, and nearly 24 hours later, GitLab was back up to normal operation. The only caveat was that all database data, such as projects, issues, and snippets created in the 6 hours between the LVM snapshot and the outage were permanently lost. This affected around 5,000 projects, 5,000 comments, and 700 users. During the backup restore process, progress was tracked in a publicly visible Google Doc, and they even had a recovery stream on YouTube. Post-incident, it was discovered that the replication lag was actually caused by a background job trying to delete a GitLab employee's account due to it being reported for abuse by a troll, in combination with the other spam. Postgres maintains write-ahead logs on disk. Every operation is first written to these logs before being applied to the database. This way, if the database crashes and restarts in the middle of a database edit, the logs can be used to restore the database to a consistent state. More pertinent to the issue at hand, write-ahead logs are also sent to DB2 for replication. There is a maximum disk usage configured for these, so old logs will be deleted when the limit is reached. The large employee removal operation plus the spammers caused so many operations that logs which hadn't been sent to DB2 yet were deleted, thereby causing DB2 to become permanently out of sync. They also discovered that the database backups weren't uploaded to S3 because the server which was taking the database backups was using the wrong version of Postgres. These failures should have sent warning emails, but they never received any of them because they forgot to enable DMARC authentication on the backup server. Logging onto production servers, changing configs, and running random untested commands is obviously not the best situation to be in, but it's good practice to let someone else review exactly what command you're running and where you're running it before you run it for real. How many times have you asked someone a question only to immediately realize what the answer was, or submit a pull request and immediately find 300 bugs that you overlooked? When you're in the zone, it's easy to tunnel vision and make mistakes. A mental reset or a second pair of eyes is always helpful. But the only reason they had to go through all these shenanigans is because this replication lag scenario was never tested or well documented. No one on the call was familiar with how PG-based backup worked, and how it was actually normal behavior for it to hang for a bit. So in fact, all they had to do was wait, and everything would have been fine. Thorough load testing could have also exposed this replication lag issue before it occurred in prod. But it's possible their staging environment didn't have the same primary-secondary setup as production, which is a problem in and of itself. Next,
I'm very happy.
Was deleted, they found that many of their
I'm happy. I have a long way to go to get ads. But as terms of now I'm being able to make add emotes, that's what I'm happy about. And also, yeah, I'm making tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 emotes. Also now a bonus is we do have a we do have a section of our Discord server for Twitch and Patreon supporters. So you can go there for like, usually you'll be seeing me post my OCs there, post any behind the scenes content, and any plans I have up ahead. and also some sub and supporters only polls. So like chat can choose what game I play or what we do. Like if I happen to have no idea what to do, I'll just make a poll because hey, I have these ideas, or you want to suggest one and whatnot. Alright, now I'm going to add text. Let's add some shading first for this one. There we go. Alright, let's continue the video here.
Backups were broken. These backup steps, or more generally, all rarely run or used procedures, should be manually or automatically tested on a somewhat frequent basis. Months or years can go by without any need to restore from backup, but when disaster strikes and someone accidentally deletes the database, the documented procedure better actually on paper, their recovery story looked fine, but if someone had tested them, they would have found that 1. Doesn't actually work, 2 would take 18 hours to restore from, 3 didn't exist, and 4 would only work if one of the databases was still alive. Lastly, the straw which blew the databases back, the deletion of the GitLab employee's account. So during and before the incident, when a GitLab user is removed for spam, the software would perform a synchronous delete on all the user data. So if the user had 50 million projects, all of them will be deleted immediately. The change they proposed was to instead soft delete by marking the user as deleted, and then the real delete can be done asynchronously and in a controlled manner.
Which is a smarter way to do it.
In the end, team member 1 was obviously not fired. There were many factors which led to that RMRF moment, and many more factors which led to it taking 18 hours to recover from there, none of which were a single person's fault. GitLab CEO personally apologized for the outage, and GitLab never accidentally deleted their production database ever again.
Again, they did it again. They did it 3rd time. Lol. Yeah, I know. Alright, time for another video.
Why all modern cars are dumb.
It's me, Mario.
When I was a kid,
Okay, this is safe to play.
I loved the vast amount of free online games you could just play. Flash games, fan games, literally anything on Game Jolt. It was amazing. Who needed super expansive PS3 and Wii games? I could just play Duck Life at 3 FPS on my family's Windows Vista. But if you grew up doing this, you also know that you would eventually stumble across the horrors. Yep, every now and then on my quest to play or download fun games, I'd come across this hodgepodge of bright colors and licensed characters. The website would have pictures of Mario, SpongeBob, Ben 10, random dress-up games, that kind of stuff. And when it came to sketchy game sites containing Mario, none would stick out more to me than Softendo. For those of you who are unaware, Softendo is a game hosting site that mostly has Mario fan games for you to download. Now, I've known about this website since I was a kid, and even as a kid, I never downloaded a thing from here. I mean, the website used to look like this. Why is SpongeBob there?
Anyways, I've heard very conflicting things about this website. Some say it's a safe way to get Mario fan games, but some mention its past of shady toolbars and hosting of malware-infested games. If you want my 2 cents, just to err on the caution side, don't download things from this website. I mean, it suggests that if Mario.exe isn't working, you give it admin privileges. That's just asking for trouble. But if you're aware of Softendo, I guarantee it's not because of their website. No, it's probably because of their slightly infamous fan game, Mario Forever. Mario Forever was a remake of the original Super Mario Bros. With new power-ups, revamped graphics, and a bunch more. Now,
We got
I've never
another
played
email.
it, so I can't speak to its quality, but I've heard and seen this game about 1,000,000 times, so surely it's gotta
Let's
have
upload it.
something to it. If you want to check it out, I've heard that there's a safe Super Nintendo remake of it, so go find that. I'm not here to talk about Mario Forever though, no no no. I'm here to talk about a completely different Mario fan game, its sequel. New Super Mario Forever 2012, the official sequel to Mario Forever, is one of the best worst Mario fan games I've ever played. I found out about this game back when 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 played it during his Windows Destruction stream.
Okay, that's
Now,
gonna be
my
pending
original
for a
plan
bit.
for this video was to just talk about this game's malicious past, but this was way too strange of an experience and I need to talk about it. Also, I'm pretty sure my copy was safe, but still, exercise caution and make sure you download from the right place if you go try to play this game yourself. I am not liable if you infect your computer trying.
Oh yeah. Chat. I wanted. Okay, alongside our stream elements reward animations you see on stream. Yes, I know. The faces are just done. Literally the purpose of it is when I'm raging or like just like this. That's the purpose of that emote there. That's the purpose of that emote. Like, bro, done. But yeah, everything is fine. Everything's fine. Oh, thank you for that idea. Let's make that to an emote. We're making that into an emote, chat. Or should I just have this and just have fire in the background? Yeah. We're just duplicating this one and just adding fire in the background. Alright.
To play as Turn Up Mario. Let's just jump right into it so I can show you just how odd this game is. Humble viewers, may I present to you the magnum opus of Mario fan games, none other than New Super Mario Forever 2012. Sometimes it goes by 2015. Right off the bat, I accidentally put the game in Polish. You'd think after SpongeMan 9 I'd be fluent, but I'm not quite there yet. The game finally starts and oh my goodness, This is a lot being thrown at me at once. Why are the Luma smiling at me? Why is there a Maple Story mushroom? And why does it keep using this picture of Mario? This is definitely the biggest and most obvious oddity of the game, the graphics. From the moment you boot up the game, to the overworld, to the levels themselves, it's all just so goofy. This game is a Frankenstein's monster of Mario Wii and DS renders, those weird Mario edits from the early 2000s, and Windows 7. It just looks so strange. There's so many mismatching graphics and everything just moves wrong. I don't normally get into graphics first before talking about the actual gameplay, but it just needs to be addressed. Every graphic is just constantly moving. The characters flip and stretch like crazy. Toad has real arms. Not to mention that 99% of the assets are stolen and unoriginal. One of the backgrounds to the stage was literally Pokemon fan art. Mr. Softendo, were you even trying? Same goes for the music. Most of it is taken from other games like the original Mario Forever and Smash Bros. Melee, but for some reason there's a Little Big Planet song in the save file menu. That song actually kind of gave me a fleeting moment of joy, you know, before it was ripped away by the 15 lens flares and the waving toad. Despite how absolutely strange the graphics are, I almost kinda love it. It's so bad that it wraps around to being good again. You know that meme So Retro where people make fun of bad sprite art? This is the opposite of that. This is so modern. As much as I'd love to sit here and just rag on how the game looks the whole video, it is a game after all, so let's get into the gameplay itself. Before any actual levels, you start off at Mario's house. And, I'm sorry, is Toad speaking to me? I love how it was pitched up to try and make it sound more like Toad, but it just did not work.
Yeah, it just is.
Anyways, Toad has a message from Princess Peach for you, and I guess the dev just gave up on voice acting right after Toad, because Peach is just text-to-speech.
When it will be all over, please come to my castle. I will bake a cake for you, and we will take some sweet photos to Facebook.
With the request from Peach to stop Bowser, you could finally start your adventure through the 8 different worlds you're presented with. The themes are about as basic Mario as you can get. The first world is grassy and sunny, the second is a desert, the third is water, you get the idea. Headed into 1-1, you can finally get a taste of what New Super Mario Forever has in store for you. And what it has in store is pain and vegetables. In that order, you don't get the vegetables until later. Now, ignoring the animation that makes me feel like I should run for cover, this game isn't great. The jumping and running are fine. I never felt like my jumps were going to be too short or too high, but oh my god are the controls slippery. Mario is constantly on a thin sheet of ice. It's not as bad as an actual ice level from Mario, but it's still super noticeable. Anytime I thought I was gonna stop somewhere, like in front of an enemy, Mario would decide to just scooch on over into instant death. For funsies, of course.
For
funsies.
funsies.
It made platforming annoying as hell.
Definitely for
as you had to
funsies.
account for the slippery Italian every time you jumped. The game also just ran a little slow. Granted, it could have just been my virtual machine I was using, but there was no way in hell I was giving the grinning Lumas access to my computer. I think the game just chugged a lot and was just not programmed well, hence why it was so slow. It wasn't a huge detriment, but can you imagine how annoying something would be if it was just slow enough to notice the slowness? Yeah, that would be absolutely horrible. Also, I think the bad coding led to the fact that the game just won't close. Now, I was able to get it to...
No, making a game just slow enough for you to notice it, but for it still to be playable, that's a body and rage game idea.
Close after spamming the task manager, but literally the most popular clip of this game is a streamer not being able to close the game. It totally could have been because the download jolt.
Okay, so this is now complete. File. Export. Okay. Underscore. This. Alright, there we go. And now... second, well, technically the third one. We're still waiting for the other two to be approved. This is fine. How's the bro still pending? But this is fine is now available. Twitch, what the fuck? Twitch, come on. Hello? There we go. Alright.
used was malicious, but also this game is held together with tape and willpower. I wouldn't be surprised if it just did that. Last thing about the gameplay, the hitboxes are absolute garbage. I wasn't expecting pristine hit detection from a game where Mario can give himself top, but it's just horrific at times. It didn't make the game impossible, but it made it quite annoying. Enough about the gameplay, on to the game itself. It's very much based on the new Super format of Mario games. I mean, it's literally in the title. You play as Mario, traverse different styled levels, enter mushroom houses for power-ups, pretty much everything present in the new Super
Now a new
games.
one?
They even have the enemies roaming on the map, and that one-up cannon minigame. It's new Super Mario Bros. Wii, bar for bar. Now, the levels themselves are where it gets a little bit more unique. Sure, it's still standard Mario platforming at its core, but a lot of new gimmicks are introduced. For one, and the most obvious, you've got new power-ups. Classics return like the Tanuki Leaf, Tanuki Suit, and the Hammer Suit. I love the mushroom for the hammer suit.
Alright, here we go.
Do you remember those power-up edits people would make on DeviantArt where it'd be like fire mushroom and fucking Google mushroom? Yeah, that's exactly what this reminds me of. But then you get to the original power-ups, which are, interesting, to say the least. Listen, Mario's got some
let's see
pretty
here. What
goofy
can else can we
power-ups these
create?
days, but what the hell is this? Is this a leek? Is this a cabbage? Why does it grow when you throw it down?
I gotta look at my email.
Oh, wait. This was a Mario Wonder, wasn't it? On top of new power-ups, they also brought back the plant mechanic from Super Mario Bros. 2, where you can pick plants out of the ground and throw them. It isn't a Mario game without hyper-realistic carrots now, is it? The levels themselves start off fairly simple. World 1 has your standard grass levels, underground levels, castles, pretty much everything you'd expect.
Running out of ideas
There
here.
are a few standouts though. Bubble Fun and Run utilizes these giant water
Oh,
bubbles.
okay, yeah, I have an idea.
And Chomp Sharks is miserable. So the whole gimmick of that one is that there's these giant chain chomps in the background just waiting to jump out and attack. Between the unpredictable launches of the chain chomps and the slippery ass Mario jumping all around, this one was a bit difficult to deal with. Also, oh my god, why do they look like that? This was the hardest part of World 1 though, as I was able to breeze through the final airship, fight Boom Boom, and win back King Toad's crown. Oh yeah, there's a King Toad. We do not see Peach for the rest of the game. So much for those sweet photos on Facebook, I guess. Now this is probably where you expect me to go world by world explaining the rest of the game, going in depth on the intricate level designs, right? Please don't make me play this anymore. Now, I'll come clean, I only actually beat the first 2 worlds or so. I was able to get a copy of the game that already had the first 5 worlds done, so I was able to dilly-dally around in other levels, but there was no way in hell I was gonna beat this whole thing. There are 2 reasons for that. One, the game just isn't that fun. I can appreciate someone making a whole-ass Mario fan game like this, 8 full worlds in all, but the slight lag and horrible controls just aren't worth it. It is quite literally like if every level was an ice level running at 19 frames per second. The cool gimmicky levels kinda lose their cool when I can't goddamn beat it. Oh yeah, that's the second thing. The difficulty spike is insane. Now, it's no Kaizo Mario, but Mr. Soft Tendo really didn't f**k around with some of these levels. From just what I played in the first 5 worlds, there were some challenging stages. There was the one in World 2 where it was just an assault of these battle tanks. Then there's World 5's Unlocking Castle, where thwomps are at every corner waiting to smooch you. I wrote smooch in the script instead of smush. I don't think they're here to do that. Like, some of these placements aren't even possible. These 2 are just stacked on top of each other. World 5 also had hard jumping, which, you know what? Accurate title. Pretty hard to jump when the game just won't function right. Come on, what was that? And those were just the ones I played. I took a look at some gameplay of the last few worlds, and this looks absolutely horrible. Even if I did try to beat this whole game before I made this video, between my horrible Mario skills, this game being coded like shit, and college midterms, this would have taken me weeks. Maybe one day I'll take a crack at beating the whole thing on stream, or for a members only video, or for like a live leak torture video, cause that's what it would be. Besides that, I don't know what else to really talk about. Some of the bullet bill variants were kind of cool. I like the pirate ship and the tank levels. Those were cool as fuck. Oh, the level names were really funny. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a Mario game name a level Secret House of Mr. John. Who the hell is Mr. John? New Super Mario Forever is just... I don't even know. I love this game, but I love it because of how baffling its existence is. Its only real legacy is being a sequel to Mario Forever, and people not being able to close the game. I posted a screenshot of this game on Twitter when I was getting gameplay footage, and a majority of the comments were just making jokes about it not closing. And while that's really funny, I want this game to be remembered for what it really was. A weird-ass, ridiculously difficult, asset-flipped, Bowser fart animation, lens-flared, vegetable-infused Mario fan game with a Luma that's grinning the whole time because they 100% know what you're about to play. I'm not gonna link to this game because once again, soft Tendo, but if you can find a safe copy of this game out there, I do recommend that you check it out. It's just an unbelievable anomaly in the Mario fan game scene, something that slipped under the radar that really shouldn't have. Because for better or for worse, I've never seen a Mario fan game like this in my entire life. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to mention what actually happens if you beat the game.
Now time for the color.
Well damn, now you've got me hooked. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Lol. Nick. Alright, is it time for another video? This email is probably gonna be called something like help or something like that.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So today we're going to be going over a certified gamer moment where a Counter-Strike clip went viral on Twitter for all of the reasons I'm sure the original poster wasn't hoping for. I think when they posted it, they were hoping to receive sympathy and praise, but instead they got criticism and mockery. Basically, their clip goes viral on Twitter where they accidentally frag themselves and then somehow blame it on the men in the lobby, and then once the clip was already viral, 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 would react to it in a YouTube video, and then finding out that 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 reacted to the viral clip, this streamer would crash out. Now here's the backdrop of this situation. It involves our main protagonist here, a streamer by the name of Heavenly Peach, who I'm sure everyone watching at home has already heard of, and you might be surprised that she's on Twitter at all, because just back in December of last year, she said that Twitter sucks and that she was leaving the platform for many different reasons, including expressing her Trump derangement syndrome, and then said follow her on Blue Sky. And just like every other person doing this for virtue signaling points, guess where they came back to? Twitter. And they made many different tweets recently all around Counter-Strike, mainly trying to farm outrage and make themselves the victim when they make mistakes in the game. So they begin with this back on the 29th, saying, how am I supposed to force myself to play CS when the game sucks and I'm addicted to RuneScape? And someone says, nobody's forcing you. And she says, basically, yeah, no kidding. Well, apparently she was very invested in playing the game. In fact, right after that, she would release this tweet with an accompanying clip where she says this: I just want to show you guys how draining it is to play Face It as a woman these days. Yes, I know these guys will likely be banned. Yes, I have reported them. No, you don't have to tag Darwin, but it's getting draining. This is over 50% of my games these days. Banning these people, these types of people, only goes so far. The reason I am tweeting this is because I just want to ask the decent guys out there, please, if you see a girl being harassed like this in your Face It lobbies, please say something. It won't always stop them, but it made me feel a little better knowing that at least one of the guys on the team also realized how effed up this type of behavior is. And this is the clip that she is referring to.
He's on the right side. Get in there and kill him. You just naded yourself.
Dude, can you shut the f up when I'm trying to clutch, please?
You dumb bitch.
I don't know, it sounds like a skill issue.
When I throw a grenade at my own feet, now I'm embarrassed, so all I can do is lash out because Daddy never told me no. God damn!
Bro, why? I just want one good game.
So basically, in a nutshell, this is what happened. She fragged herself in Counter-Strike, and then her lobby mocked her. Like, is that surprising? Is that experience something she wouldn't have expected? That is Counter-Strike. In any other game that has some sort of a voice chat lobby, that's the way it is. If you don't like it, mute the people in your lobby, or, here's an idea, don't play the game. It seems like this individual has quite the contempt for Counter-Strike and the lobbies as well. Just don't play. It's really as simple as that, but she was far from done. This post would go viral, as you can see, getting 16 million views. And she would make a lot of responses, including this follow-up reply saying, please stop DMing me to game in myself over a tweet. Of course, that is not the right thing to say, but she continues on saying, and for those of you saying it's not that bad, I assure you, the rest of the game, they said plenty of other things, racist, transphobic, slurs, etc. to get banned, LOL. This clip was on round 4. Use some critical thinking. Muting this now. Yeah, the passive-aggressive energy right here is very noticeable, and also anyone who says they're muting a tweet, they are doing the exact opposite, right? They are paying attention very closely, okay? They're trying to act like they're too big to care. Anyone who doesn't care about a situation would never have to tell you how much they don't care. Okay, anyone saying they're muting a tweet, they are checking their notifications every 2 seconds. But she would mute the replies and limit anyone who could respond. And on top of that, this part right here about all this other stuff going on where she says there's racist, transphobic, and other bigoted language going on here, but she wouldn't actually provide any examples of that. Like, okay, Jussie Smollett. Yeah, what else did they say after that? This is MAGA country? Like, what are you talking about? Like, sure, whatever. And also, again, welcome to Counter-Strike. Again, you might not like that sort of energy, but that's what you should expect. It is what it is, you know? But she would make another reply, sharing another clip where she admits she got cooked.
That one round where you dated yourself and then blamed us. Sorry about that. And then you had enough self-importance to think that anyone gives about your opinion. And then you think that you can get our accounts banned because you know Gaben, you're PMing him right now, feet pics. Gaben's my best friend. Wait till I get a hold of Valve. You're on stream to 12 viewers. And they all fucking buy my feet pics. Yellow, shut your mouth. Yellow, shut the f up. You're a solo queue. You're 2 and 7. You're 2 and 7.
Alright, there we go.
Bro, your buddy is 8 and 4. What do you mean?
You're 8 and 4. What do you mean? I'm talking, dumbass. Open up your fucking ears. A man's talking. Be quiet, you fat bitch. Be quiet. Dye your hair again. Your dad might love you. Keep dyeing your hair and getting more piercings. Your father may care for you, brother.
Okay, he's kind of cooking me.
Alright, there we go.
I mean, even she recognizes what they were saying, but anyways, let's continue on with a quote she would make to the original post after it went viral. In quotes, she would say this, "Why don't you mute? It's so easy to mute," end quote. And she said, if you are saying that, you are not only effing stupid, you are a part of the problem and completely missing the points. So she thinks very highly of herself, and anyone who disagrees with her is an idiot, a moron, what have you. She's obviously seething about the negative attention she got from this post going viral. I think she expected sympathy and praise, and instead she got criticism.
Okay, so that
and she knows how to fix
the
this
Y
problem,
emote
okay?
is going to be.
She acknowledges she could just mute.
So the Y emote is going to have to be pending. It's pending approval. So hopefully by tomorrow, all the emotes will be approved. got 4 emotes there. As for the animated emote, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I will learn how to animate. Alright, there we go. Let's see, we gotta get more emotes in here. Alright, what can we do? What can we do for the emote? Oh, sorry. Any ideas, chat? Oh. Yeah. Read it. Okay. Alright, there we go. Let's see here. We got my email. Oh, we should do confused emote. We should do confused one.
The mute button is there. It's right in her face, but she refuses to use it because she wants to be the victim. That is what she's trying to do with clips like this. And when this failed, a second stab at this, she would try to go for more sympathy points, saying, "Thank you all for the kind messages. Sorry if I didn't reply, but I really appreciate it more than you know." Taking a little time away from socials/stream. This is on the 30th, by the way, and then poor Vincent here, dude. Stop wasting your time, man. Like, I'm telling you, red flags everywhere. Stop wasting your time, bro. But this is when things took a turn for the worst, or the worst for her, at least. 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 would enter the fray, and he would do so with a clip uploaded to his second channel titled "Nothing is Sacred Anymore," where he reacts to the same clip we watched at the beginning of the video and gives a very predictable and expected response.
Alright.
Counter-Strike isn't for girls. This is a game for toxic, balding men. You are culturally appropriating. You're culturally appropriating Counter-Strike. That's what's going on. Oh my god, this is some very, very light trash talk. How draining it is to play as a woman these days. It's because you were losing. Look, look. Boop. Boop. Bop. And you think that they're mad at you because you're a woman? What is this, a fucking ISIS application? So you got called a dumb bitch. Like, this is a gender-neutral term. I'm not being mean. I suck at Counter-Strike too. I am garbage at the game. So when I throw a grenade and blow myself up and my teammates call me a stupid bitch, I'm like, yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I'm 35.
And balding.
And
now,
balding.
Understand that when 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚
And 35
reacted
and
to
balding.
that clip, it was already viral. Right, it already had tens of millions of views. It had a lot of attention. But just like other examples of clips going viral, 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 reacted after the fact, and despite the clip already hosting a lot of negative reactions, 𝙂𝙚𝙚𝙚 doing anything to it, he gets blamed for all of it. Even though he came in late, he's blamed for the entire wave of negativity. We've seen this happen time and time again, and she would immediately respond. Now, this is the funniest screenshot of the whole video. So on the 30th, She says she's taking time away from social media and streaming, and then on the 31st, one day later, she comes back to say this. Obviously, I've been a mess for the last 48 hours, but trying to explain to my mother why a man with roaches crawling all over him was able to send thousands of people to harass me is the funniest thing that's ever happened to me. Yeah, you're totally thriving right now. You're definitely having a good time, a good laugh. And again,
sure.
She said she's taking a break from social media and came back in 24 hours. Many such cases, by the way, but people like this, they thrive on the attention. And right after this post, the very next day, she would make a lengthy response to basically the entire situation, but she would single out 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 in particular, who again reacted to everything after it already went viral. But she says this: I've been thinking for a few days whether or not to post this because it feels a little pointless. Unfortunately, that tweet ended up on the wrong side of Twitter, clearly. I understand what I'm about to say will fall on deaf ears and most likely will not be seen by all 11 million people who saw my previous post, but I think I owe it to myself to defend myself. I have played thousands of matches of Counter-Strike, thousands, over 1,000 on FACEIT alone. The clip I posted was nowhere near the worst things I have heard in lobbies. The clip didn't even showcase the worst things they said in that game. I have heard worse directed at women, at people of color, at my streamer friends. I have heard it all. The point of the clip was not to call out this specific instance as being the worst thing ever said to me on the internet, but rather how quickly an average lobby goes 0 to 100 on FACEIT if I so much as make one single mistake, or even sometimes after the first word out of my mouth in warm-up. If you can't understand that, the tweet wasn't meant for you. After this game, I didn't end stream. I didn't send anyone to harass these people or report them. I kept it moving. I tried to bring the vibes back and played with some friends. For those of you saying women are too weak and shouldn't be allowed in the game, you are effing brain dead. You saw a 30-second clip and ran with 10,000 assumptions about how you think I handled the situation. Clearly, if I had known 11 million people were going to see that tweets, I would have provided better context. But I didn't, and it's too late. People didn't even bother to open the original thread where the other worst clip was. So I don't know what you guys are expecting me to do. To any content creators / women in the CS space, learn from my mistakes so you don't have to experience thousands of people threatening to R-word and kill you over a 30-second Counter-Strike clip. And here's the 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 portion. A special FU to 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 for using his influence to send hate to smaller creators in the space. I'll be laughing when karma catches up to you one day. What did she mean by that? What do you mean when karma catches up to you one day? Is that a threat, or is that like hoping for something really bad to happen to him? Yeah, I think we all know what she's going for, but of course, she's using the shield of being a small content creator because, as I've experienced, apparently people like to use this as a shield. If you criticize them and they're any bit smaller than you on social media, they say, hey, you can't criticize me, you can't talk about me, even though I'm already viral for something because you're punching down. Well, dude, I think everyone's like open season, whether you're bigger, smaller, whatever. If you say something on the internet, like you should be like expecting people to talk about you. That's just how it works. If you don't want people to talk about you on the internet, then don't be on the internet and don't say things publicly. It's really that simple. But she finishes up by saying, petty side note to all you F-heads who keep flaming me for being bad and that I deserve it. The dudes were dead with 1 kill on the board while I had 5 and literally calmed incorrectly, which led to my death. So before all of you dumbasses who have never loaded up CS but think you know everything because you played Call of Duty when you were 12 years old, shut the F up. My duo, also female, top fragged, and this bot effer dropped like 10 kills total. Go F yourselves. Of course, once again, limiting the replies, crashing out entirely over, well, I guess everyone, because no one's really on her side except for sycophants and simps. And, well, this shows that, yep, definitely got under her skin, despite the fact that she's acting like this whole situation is very funny. Now, enter Madam Savvy again. She's popping up everywhere, but she was basically making fun of one of the related tweets, And then Jay Viper says, in quotes, I was bad at a game and threatened to get the Mean Boys banned when they laughed. Then the internet told me I'm a loser when I cried to them about it and posted my 2-7 game where I naded my own feet. This is harassment, end quote. And then Peach would somehow find this and then post this random stat line from a different game, I guess, where she went, 20 kills, 17 deaths, a 1.18 kill-death ratio. Okay. Is that the best you got? This is what... Well, I guess all of this is settled then. She's a pro gamer because she has a just over 1 kill-death ratio in a random game, a random stat line that has nothing to do with anything involving the viral clip, but I guess she really showed us. But eventually, there was this deleted tweet. I have no idea what it was. It probably wasn't good, made by Peach, where Savvy says, you dumb hoes make up situations. Just know, all y'all are the type I spawn camp and game control just to upset. It's usually not men making your game experience difficult. It's women like me, tired of women like y'all. Where Peach says, women should be supporting each other, not tearing each other down. Well, wouldn't you know about that? So
what do you know about that? Definitely.
Says CS is known to be toxic. And this has nothing to do with you being a girl. You literally did a bad play and they called you out on it. A very truthful statement. And eventually Peach says, yeah, at one point they told me something about figuring how to boil water. And when I didn't reply, he said, that's a woman joke. So I guess he also just not funny. Plus lots of slurs in telling me he hopes my followers dogs get R-worded but go off queen. Yeah, that passive-aggressive go-off queen, because a woman dared to criticize you, so you're, like, lumping them in with these supposedly toxic men, saying things that, of course, she's just claiming at this point. But there's another funny angle to this. So after 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙬 made his reaction, and then Peach got upset about that, enter Alyssa Mercante. I'm surprised this woman is still around. I haven't thought about her in a very long time, but apparently she's still doing stuff. We're on Blue Sky of all places. She basically made a post saying she's looking to chat with people who have been disparagingly featured in 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙬's content. And you can contact her in privates or publicly. And of course, you can see SmashJT tweeting about this, which is really funny because, you know, the only reason anyone's thinking about her anymore is because, well, she's in this lawsuit with SmashJT, and that's still going to be going on for quite some time. Clearly, it's not going well, and also it's ironic that someone
All right, there you go. We got another email.
Largely because of cyberbullying, or what they think is cyberbullying. Basically, their entire online presence is cyberbullying and trying to tear down other people, which is very ironic. But look at some of the responses. Hi, Alyssa. I once talked crap in chat and got called out by 𝙂𝙚𝙣, who proceeded to pull up my chat logs and then called me a R-word. The experience was so traumatic that I dropped out of school and now I work in a low-paying fast food job. Had 𝙂𝙚𝙣 not disparagingly featured me, I believe I would have become a successful neuroscientist. Please reach out so I can share my story. Just don't share my chat logs in your coverage. You know what? It's so funny, but
we got another one.
The current state of the internet, there's a bit of me that believes this might be real. But let's move on to the most controversial tweet. Peach attacking Chick-fil-A, which is, I mean, forget everything else, right? This is the most heinous tweets this person has ever made. Even taking the smallest jab at Chick-fil-A is a cardinal sin, unforgivable. That is an S-tier fast food joint. I will not hear otherwise. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts on today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
I was referring to something. I like to do some shading around the eyes for the emotes. Get a little bit of depth. And shading around the nose. So, okay, there we go. And Yeah, that's better. That's better. File. Export. Okay. Confused. Okay, confused one's gonna be pending. Oh, ooh, got approved. An optional bonus emotes. Oh, okay, okay. I'm not sure what I can do for bonus emotes though. Alright. Oh, alright. Got this is fine. We got Y. Got confused. Alright, so I was wondering. So got all these emotes. Oh, I got it. What about GG's? What about GG's chat? GG's.
Alright everybody, today we are back in the spam.
Let's do this.
Alright everybody, today we are back in the spam inhaler 123@gmail.com. Google wants my money because my storage is full of you guys and whatever else is in the spam folder. I mean, this is an email for literally anything at all. It is basically a wasteland at this point. I took
Radiation
a look inside
sound
the
effect.
other day and it looked pretty interesting. So I wanted to look at some more emails before Google takes away my ability to receive more. I'll get around to cleaning up space. I mean, every time I do this video at this point, I delete thousands of emails and it just keeps getting full. So, and I just made a new VM with a graphics card. Took me like 30 minutes. So hopefully this thing doesn't get nuked by the end of the video. I am getting emails from the city of Baltimore. I've never stepped foot in Baltimore. Someone registered their car for parking. I wonder if I could get into my account and see the license plate. Oh my god, I can. Hold on. This is genuinely menacing right now. Whoever registered their car, I just wouldn't park there again. You might just have to move out of Baltimore. I'm not getting an email. Oh my god, dude. I can't even show half of these spam emails. Missed a message. I don't even want to click that. Do we? Site can't be reached. We've been spared. Thank you, Anna, for the message. Won't be replied. Anyway, where the hell is City of Baltimore? They're not emailing me back. I was about to leak this dude's license plate, but you've been spared. Next email is from Aiden. He says, "Hey Tranium, I love your videos and it would be awesome if you could play my game in a video. Thank you for reading." Of course, of course. I enjoy communicating in some fashion. Some of the things you guys send me are genuinely impressive and I feel like I'm opening a mystery box right now. All right, Aiden, let's play this game. Or Train Hump. We are not using that nickname. I'm just saying. Mary Skibbity Tranium. Thanks for trying out this demo. Beware that it is very early and has some bugs and lack of content. Press enter to start. Oh my god, we're in. Uncle Steve Eve. I thought that was Bob's Burgers for a minute. All right, we're collecting the sauces.
All right.
What is that thing over there? It's a Thanos Lightning McQueen. Oh, I see another bottle. Hello, fellers. Just getting sauce. Don't mind me. I mean, if those creatures were following me, I feel like that'd be pretty cool, but they're kind of just staring at me mysteriously. Something's wandering. Okay, I spoke too soon. My sauce right here, though. Sell my sauce. Wait, is that the merchant walking around? Or no, shop. Okay, I'm pulling up. Dude, this is a fortress, not a shop. Okay, so how do I get in exactly? I don't have the base codes. I can't get in here.
All right. Here we go.
That was it? What happens next? It is not too shabby, but like, where's the rest of it? You left me hanging there. At least it was an actual game, though. Some of y'all are misleading the hell out of me when you send me something. You're like, oh, I made a game for you, and then it's just pinkware. I'm not gonna go into further detail.
GG's.
Oh my god, we got fan art. Is that me? Speed draw of fan art for
Reason why I
Trinium.
picked these. Hold on.
Okay, cook.
The reason why I choose these codes is because I kind of have a Sakura theme on my Discord, so I kind of want to replicate that on here.
He like that they recorded this. This is kind of fire. Oh, Aussie 2. Okay. This takes skill, man. I can't do this shit. Oh, this is crazy. I didn't know you were gonna transform me, but like, still, this is kind of fire to watch. Just watching someone that's actually good at drawing, kind of crazy. After a whole hour of pain and torture. Dude, this took an hour. You're goated for that. Everyone type W, Ben. Thank you for sending that in. Holy shit. That was awesome. I like that. Hey, Dino, I honestly can't believe we're only 2 hours away from Ghost. Is this a game? Click that. Oh, link doesn't even work. Why does this link look like a IP grabber or something? I think I just fell for it. Lily sent me a Google Maps link. Let's click that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, we got a long ass Roblox link. I ain't clicking that. I'm kidding, I'm clicking it. You know me, I'm not thinking when I click things. Why is it taking forever to load? Roblox event. Fairy event. Okay. 5.8 million people are interested in this. Wait, this is at 7 a.m. Why are you linking me to this? I'm not pulling up to the fairy event in Roblox. That's like 4 hours from now. I'm not marking that on my calendar. I actually have to go to a wedding in the morning, so I'm okay. I'm not prioritizing the fairy event over a wedding, and it's not me getting married, so I'm just saying. Hi, Tranium. I'm a big fan. I'm subscribed for like a year now. Could you please give me a shout out? Shout out to Jad. I'm grateful. We're just skimming. Who the hell is this?
Export.
That is not a subscriber. Tranium, look at this. Oh, shit. Happy birthday. Dude, that is so good. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Emmanuel. Tranium, I made a game for you. This game is Tranium. The game because it's literally you. Also cat picture. That's an outdated cat picture, but I with it. Tuxedo cat. All right, we're gonna open it. Please tell me. Okay, you kept it in the drive. Good shit. All right, let's play it. Tranium the game. We will open with no questions asked.
All right.
Main goal is to get to the right side of the.
We got another emote, chat. Oh, wrong one. Here you go. Our GG's. GG. All right, time for another one. In tier 3.
Levels. Bro just screenshotted one of my thumbnails.
Okay, good. We gotta make tier 3 special. I have an idea.
You can see the timestamp. Wait, this is. It's me, man. Kind of like this. It's me, bro. Hey, Java, leave me alone. I'm playing my game. Oh, what the? I'm dying. Oh, the effects are crazy. Hey, this is kind of far. Uh-oh. Why? What have you done? Never. Dude, I didn't think it was gonna turn into this. Oh, we keep going. We keep going.
Wall.
Thank you for playing my game. Sorry about sorry about that jump scare. Hard to do that on Scratch. I wasn't expecting that. W game though. W game. Genuinely was pretty good. I feel like your cat right now, man. I'm a puss. That wasn't bad though. Can't be a Tranium game without a jump scare.
There we go.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for making that, man. Shout out to you. Are there any other Tranium games? Let's type in Tranium game and then has attachment. Okay, Five Nights at Traniums. Jason, I'm hoping you don't screw me here. Oh my god. Find Tranium. Where am I? There I am. Where am I now? Uh-oh. He's coming. It's hard to tell. Is this closed or is this open? Where am I at? Uh-oh. Is he right next to me? This ambience is very distracting. I don't know. Okay. I'm going to the girls' restroom. That's kind of weird. Chill with that. Why did he choose this screenshot though? It just crashed. What? All right, Jason, I appreciate the effort, but it was all right. It was for the meme. I get it. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Tranium, I put together a little game for you called Babushka, and it would mean the world if you tried it out. I put many hours, hard work, and sweat into this. I will try just for you. Wait, that's me. Okay, we're playing it. I'm not running you an admin, though. Let's go. Oh, my God. No. No! I didn't run you an admin. Oh, my God. No. Oh, you're an asshole. You're an asshole. You said it was a game. This is not the Babushka game. Let's see if we can get out of this. Oh my god. What was in that Babushka file? No shot, Babushka. Dude, no way you're taunting me with these sound effects right now. Dude, you got me. You got me. I thought you were gonna send an innocent game like the one I just played. Of course not. Dude, are you serious? I just made this VM. What if we restart? It's fine, right? Oh my god. The desktop is pink now. And it's still going. How is this carrying over? This is probably the worst thing that you could download because it's just gonna be like this forever. It doesn't delete your entire computer. It just taunts you. Dude, I have to make a new one now. I can't even go in there and look who it was until I get this new VM. You might have my passwords now. I don't know. He might hack Spam Inhaler. Hold on. Babushka. Who was that? Yeah, I don't know. Dude, you're such a asshole. It's not a game. It's not a little game. I kindly ask that you leave Spam Inhaler alone, okay? Just leave it alone. Quantum Cheese Mechanics. What? If you made this, hit me up. Hit me up on Discord. Okay, we're back in another VM. I don't even care anymore. I'm just gonna go crazy. And I'm getting whatever I want. I'm not thinking anymore. I don't care. Spam Inhaler is actually a nuclear facility at this point. I don't know how Google's not getting involved. Evgeny, just put it here. Day 17, strike 8. Wait, I'm on my 8th strike? What do you mean? All right, we got the Yandex Google Drive link. Let's click that. Darth Aqua. Oh, no, bro. You better not cook me right now. Dude, we got the Yandex Google Drive. I know this is not a good idea. Better not be a ransomware. Look at these files in here, bro. Darth Aqua, huh? What are you? Trusty little Trojan teddy bear. Active code page 1251. Run as administrator, press any key to continue. Now what? What is going on in here? What is going on? Did he just send me this wanting an in on the computer? That's not gonna survive for very long. What happened? Let me press it again. Wants to run as admin. You really think I'm that stupid? Whatever, I'm gonna let it sing. Are you sure you want to run the application? Enter Y if you're sure. Well, by running this application, you assume full responsibility for everything that happens next. And
how are you? How are you doing? You have unpaid debts. Oh, what kind of debts? What kind of debt do I have? Uh-huh. Uh-huh, what kind of debt do I have? Alright, let's see here. There we go. FBI debt. FBI, open up! Boom, 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 boom! Right now, and welcome. Hi, Outlander. Hi. Welcome to the welcome to the stream. You're wanted by the FBI. Oh, really now? What did what does the FBI want from me? What are my crimes, huh? What are my crimes? Oh no, I'm on a list. Various things. Ah, yes. One of my crimes is being a VTuber. It's a crime to be a VTuber. Let's do normally. There we go. Layer 4. Being you, yes. Oh no, it's a crime being me. Which is literally my reality. What kind of sentence do I get? Do I get prison time? Or what do I get? Energy. Alright. Just do this real quick. Alright. Alrighty. We're doing a final emote for this one. This is gonna be the tier 3 emote, which is gonna be called what is it called? I don't know. Love? Yeah, which is called love. Oh yeah, Geo. I got technically I'm working towards being officially an affiliate, but technically I got affiliate. By technicality, I got affiliate. Alright. Let's play the video.
Remove responsibility from the author of the application. Enter Y if yes. Consent will trigger destruction. Okay, let's just wait a minute. I don't want to press the nuclear button yet. He's telling me it's gonna cause destruction, bro. I'm just gonna keep it open. I'm keeping it open. I need to look at your guys' emails. Let's see what's actually in the spam folder real quick. Hello, Blinn. You received a free $25 scratch card ticket offer today. This better not be a survey. I'm too good at guessing this, man. Kerr. Get a Cash App reward. Who's Kerr? When do you use Cash App the most? Not often. Oh, it's that easy? Oh, now we have to do this. Okay. Dude, I put my email for you to send it there. I'm not giving you all that. I love your videos. Griffin. Thank you. I train him. If you see this, I love your videos and you're the best. I watch you all the time. Hell yeah, Griffin. Shout out to you. You ended up in the spam folder for some reason. Probably that email. It's a long ass email. Bro, it's just like one viewer amongst like all of these awful emails in my spam folder. What just got scanned? Close the Darth Aqua. Nuclear airstrike button has been evaded for now. Call me a pussy. It's fine. All right, I'm just gonna keep pressing the arrow and I'm stopping. All right, let's see what's on here, guys. I got spammed by 𝙂𝙚𝙚𝙧𝙖 Hi, Tranium. Love and your vid. I hope you enjoy my game that passes. Yeah, I got it. My game. Not even 600 kilobytes. Mygame.exe. Is that a Rust logo? Is this just a ploy? Another ploy? Y'all are just sending me like baits. It's actually kind of hilarious. Y'all are baiting me in very creative ways. I'm not gonna lie. It's just saying Trojan by Google, but how bad can this be? I'm not opening that in admin though. Not happening. My name is 𝙂𝙚 and shout out for me. Why don't we play a little game? Oh my god. I will beat. You will beat me? I am not Trojan virus. Oh god. I don't like that. I don't like that sound. Your device is cooked by 7mar and 𝙂𝙚. Haha, isn't. I am not a Trojan. Fuck you, total virus. What? How did you guys make this? You guys can't even type shit. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Mites,
What the?
please do something. I don't know what's gonna happen next.
Sorry
I
if
feel
you
like
weren't
this
wearing
Fall
any
Guys wallpaper,
headphones.
though. Brother, I'm frozen. Oh my god. Let's restart. Dude is typing in broken English on purpose, so I didn't think anything of it. I like that. Please just leave me alone so I can continue. I think we're okay then. I have been spared. I am happy. Thank you for sending that in. I like that. I do like randomly pressing the arrows, so it's kind of randomized and people don't get mad at me for not looking at their email. There's just so many. Thank you for sending emails in though. Dude, if I had to read 37,000 emails and all that, there's not enough time in the day. I'm gonna be honest. And I'm not gonna hire someone to like fake reply on my behalf. That's just, nah, that's not me. We're clicking randomly. I'm clicking. All right, we're stopping right there. I believe I've opened these already. Yeah, we're sleeping on the older emails, man. We got to go back even more. Some of y'all sent emails months ago and it got buried. Spleppy. Oh my God. Here's a little fella that lives on half a brain cell. Speaking of cats, hold on. Look what I got, guys. We got 2 more cats, man.
Aw,
this is EXE and this is APK. They're so confused what's going on right now because they
Aw,
have not
kitties,
been in this room, but
kitties.
there's
Oh
like,
my god,
their
so
names aren't
cute.
actually EXE and APK, but maybe. I don't know. Let me know in the comments if that's even a good name or not. Hey, this one's crazy. Whenever I bring Ozzy in the videos, he just goes limp, but this dude is pawing at the mic. He's crazy. Are you good? He's like white as hell. All right, I'll put you down. Don't worry. God. Yeah, I am the father of 3 cats now. I saw them and I couldn't just take one. They're brothers, you know? I felt bad. I don't know. It feels nice having more cats though, because Ozzy needs friends. They don't get along right now though. Just wanted to do a little cat reveal again. I'm gonna let them walk around my room during this video. See what they get up to. Rashed,
Cats get up to no good.
Tranium, this is a cool bat virus. Try it at your own risk. I will open this for you. It's just showing me my files, I believe. It's not saying it's deleting anything. All right, scary stuff. Oh my god, more kittens. All my cat lovers. Tell me that was a good decision to get 2 more cats, please. This dude is sweet as hell. Oh my god. But Ozzy's still the GOAT. I can never replace Ozzy. These dudes are skittish, I'm not gonna lie, because they were on the streets. I rescued them. Look at the camp. Oh my god, your nails. You look like a human being. Let's look at this email from Cole. Me and you, Quan Mills, pregnant by a hood clown from hell. Definitely not us. Abdullah again. Get out of here, dude. Get out of my inbox. What is he sending me? Let's decrypt this, actually. Hi, Josh. This is someone from Kiwi IRC talking to you. I'm here to tell you this. You need to stop including us in your videos. Don't mess with us. We're from the web. Dark. And we want to welcome Josh isolated.
Whatever.
Please don't introduce us to your people, that's all. But I will say, stop before things get worse. And my mother tongue is also
Alright, we got the last
I would like
emote.
to speak to you in Arabic. Thanks for reading. Please respond so I can mark it as...
The last emote, our tier 3, gonna be called Love. Because I love y'all, and y'all love me. This is for our tier 3 subbies. Our tier 3 blitzies. Alright, let's add this. Oh, wait, I have yet to just actually transport it. Actually save it. File. Export. Okay. Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright, that's pending. So the two highs are pending. The bruh is pending. Confused and why are pending. GG passed. And love is pending. Yeah, that's what an animated emotes. I have no idea what I want to do with them. But there we go. We officially got our emotes. Ooh, yippee! I think probably when I do end up getting YouTube partnership, I'll just transfer these emotes over. I realized I misnamed some of my emotes. I realized I misnamed some of my emotes on here. On my actual, like, folder. Rename. Name. Yeah, I misspelled a lot of things. Alright, there we go. There we go. But yeah, now we have all of our emotes on Twitch. Alright, some emotes are still being approved, but yeah. What time is it actually? Oh wow. Well, no better time to start playing Need for Speed Heat. Alright. Oh, no crap. Alright. There we go. I'm gonna get everything set up for Need for Speed Heat. And I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the stream. And yes, you may gonna end up hearing me rage. A little bit. A little bit. Anywho, I'm gonna get everything ready and see y'all on the other side. Matinee!
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. You like a
We're back with some Need for Speed Heat. Make sure my model is not glitching out. There we go. We're continuing on with the story. Also, I should, again, I don't know why I don't fully load into my profile, but here we are. And look away, I feel like I always have to reset my model.
From the way the crews in here have been talking, sounds like it's getting pretty crazy out there. Watch yourself.
We're doing these 2 challenges in daytime. Plus, we're gonna need to do some day races so we can get some money just in case we get caught by the cops, so we have a large sum.
Hey, sorry you had to see that earlier. Luca's still pissed? He'll be okay. Yeah, wanna hear something really weird? I got a message about getting my missing car back.
From who?
No idea. Whoever it is, they want to meet.
Think it's safe?
They picked the parking lot north of the beach. Means there'll be plenty of people.
Ooh.
Even so, think you could?
I'm in.
Thanks. See you there.
Ooh, alright. Thanks.
It's time we met again. I've got a proposal that benefits both of us. I'll be waiting.
On the run. Holy fucking shit, let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh shit. We already got 2 missions. Let's fucking go. Ooh, close call. Oops. Oh, too soon. Mission started proposition. Alright.
Where is this guy? You think he's bailing?
Hey.
Oh, great. Just what we needed. Hang on. The messages. It's not her, is it?
We're about to find out.
Man, screw this.
Guess you don't want your car back.
You guessed right, Torres. Yeah, we saw you with the money. We know all about the shit you've been doing around here. You think you can play us? Think again.
The stunt you pulled the other night was a bad move. You ever stop to think who that money belonged to? Someone as of right now who is seriously pissed.
Who?
Not who. We're not listening to her. Frank Mercer. He wants you found and dealt with.
Yeah? I want to pick somewhere less public next time.
You think I'm here for that? I never wanted any of this. It's gone too far. He's gone too far. He needs to be stopped.
Sure that ain't your job?
I file a report and then what? You don't think he has cops watching his back? There's no move I can make from the inside, but he won't see that coming.
Look, we're real sorry your boss is being a total asshole, but I think we'll take our chances. Thank you.
How about your brother? He feel the same?
Hey, whoa. Hey, he's got nothing to do with this. Nothing.
Look, this isn't going away. Understand? And I can only throw him off for so long, so you're gonna need to act and act fast. That's your only option.
Whoa.
So what's our move?
Right now, we get the hell away from each other. I'll send you a location.
Why? What for?
They're moving stock. Follow it, you'll see.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, what? Oh my fucking god.
Okay, I just got her message. Looks like this place is by the port. Meet you there when you're ready.
Requires rep level 19. Shit. There's another.
Where are you going?
I want to find out anything I can on Taurus. We need to know who we're dealing with here.
Okay, and there's another. Yeah, there's a second mission here.
Finally got that grill fitted on the Camaro. She's starting to look like her old self.
You need any more help?
Thanks, but I think we're good. Mostly cosmetic now.
Car means a lot to you, huh?
I remember the first time Bobby took me around the raceway. I must have been 5. I stood on his lap looking through the wheel. He was acting like a race caller cheering me on. Don't think I ever won a race that felt better than that. Listen, I gotta go. Customer waiting. You take it easy, you hear?
Same.
Oof. Any fast travel? No, we just had to drive there. I am busting up my own car. You didn't want to trigger anything. On the run, every story. Alright.
You made the right choice. Let's go. Left up ahead. Take a right.
Guessing we're not on our way to a showdown race.
We always set them up like one. Helps us stay hidden.
From who?
The feds. Apparently, the government doesn't appreciate its citizens living off the grid. They found us last year back in Ventura Bay. We almost didn't make it. Soon as we got here, we started staging races to help keep our skills sharp. Never know when you're gonna need to drop everything and haul ass.
What do you need me for?
Only way you get better is by racing the best. And we need to be better.
Are we adding her to the crew?
Show me your talents are reliable, and we can talk payment. We're here.
Rip.
We've got a new member with us today. I told them to give you all hell. I'm hoping you return the favor. Time to show me I was right to bring you here.
Honestly, maybe I. Oh my god.
I'm not seeing anything special yet.
Yeah, because I wasn't prepared for this. Oh my fucking god. Do I have to build multiple cars?
Give me some competition.
I have to quit the fucking race. I wasn't fucking prepared for this. Maybe some kind of warning in the goddamn fucking Forsaken game say, hey, we need you to be in a rally spec car. But fuck no. Fuck me, I guess, on that. Oh, fuck, my neck fucking cracked really hard.
From the way the crews in here have been talking, sounds like it's getting pretty crazy out there. Watch yourself.
Chevrolet. performance. Some off-road stuff. My kind's already fitting on here. Tires. Alright, I'm officially broke. Well, we finally got a spec'd out car. This is for off-roading only. We're at level 19. Alright. Now we're really gonna have to do a couple of day races.
You made the right choice. Let's go. Take a left.
Guessing we're not on our way to a showdown race.
We always set them up like one. Helps us stay hidden.
From who?
The feds. Apparently the government doesn't appreciate its citizens living off the grid. They found us last year back in Ventura Bay. We almost didn't make it. Soon as we got here, we started staging races to help keep our skills sharp. Never know when you're gonna need to drop everything and haul ass.
What do you need me for?
Only way you get better is by racing the best. And we need to be better. Did I say Hey, go easy. Show me your talents are reliable, and we can talk payment. We're here.
Alright. Now with an off-roading build. Not up to par, but it's what I can get.
We've got a new member with us today. I told him to give you all hell. I'm hoping you return the favor. Time to show me I was right to bring you here.
It's gonna be tough to beat, but fuck me! Okay, I guess fuck me on that then. No, screw the fucking mission. We're doing day race until we get that motherfucking piece of shit spec car up to fucking par. Cause fuck me on that, I guess.
I was thinking, maybe you should ease off the nighttime stuff for a while. Just until all this blows over.
Let's fucking go. I officially lapped everyone. And so it's still one more lap to go. Next event is down there. So I can be getting more money so I can upgrade the off-road car. Alright, oh fuck. Alright, let's do this. Mm. How do we start the fucking game? Because my brain decided to say fuck you to my My brain decided to say fuck you to my hand-eye coordination. Meaning. Ooh. All right. Let's do this. Let's restart. Ah. Here we go. Alright, doing another race. Hopefully we can fully upgrade our off-road car. We can't do that. I saw Forza Horizon logic in me. What are we doing? Alright. 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 Tier 3. Alright. 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 We have enough money to upgrade our off-road
Funny
car.
thing, ever since Anna smashed up Poppy's car, radio works perfectly.
Off-road suspension. Off-road differential. Alright. Now it's fully upgraded.
You made the right choice. Let's go. We're going left.
Guessing we're...
I don't remember telling you where we're heading. I can't see where you went. Here's the location. Don't keep me waiting.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
We've got a new member with us today. I told him to give you all hell. I'm hoping you return the favor.
Let's go.
Time to show me I was right to bring you here. Keep this up and I'll be impressed. Not just me you've got to beat in this race.
I know.
I'm not seeing anything special yet. See who's out front. That's who we gotta beat. Not over yet. Keep pushing. Looks like we're not as good as I thought. Don't quit on me.
It's remaining. Ooh.
You exposed us out there. Just what I wanted.
Ooh.
After that, I think we can talk.
The showdown has a consignment of high-end modifications being shipped into the city. They don't know it yet, but they're never getting them. Race with us again, and do what you did out here, and one of those parts is yours.
Deal.
I'll hit you up when we're ready.
Oh, hell yeah. On the run completed. It's got new events, off-roading events. But right now we're gonna switch up cars. There we go.
Hey, make yourself comfortable. It's been a busy day.
Oh. Alright, let's do this.
I got my hands on some nice upgrades. Come race, and one of them could be yours.
We are going to be increasing our rep.
You don't stand a chance against me. Who's down for a chase? There's one happening right now.
Okay, y'all, we have an officer in need of some jawbreakers dealing with a lawbreaker. Get moving, everyone.
yourself. Slowly. Hey, let me know if you want any work done. I'll just take a look anyway.
Honors are at level 19. Let's do this. Okay.
Well, progress is progress. Oh, you just got greenlit for some new parts. Take a look.
I think. Alright, let's increase our rip again. Alright, let's do this. Welcome, welcome! We're playing Need for Speed Heat. Some distance. Oh, we're gonna encounter some cops. Oh? Alright, we still have a lot of distance to go.
about to get ugly. I'm chasing after a custom Mitsubishi Evolution. Gonna make him take the bus home.
Wake up. We've got one of our guys in a pursuit.
Really far away. Pretty much anything. As soon as possible. Shit. Shit. Motherfuckers!
Okay, everyone, the coffee break is over. Our previous runner is back for more.
I've already dished out some serious damage, and they still aren't stopping. Time to end this chase. Not my fault I can't catch him. I was going as fast as I could.
Fuck off!
Do your damn job, Control, and send some extra units.
Superior pursuit units incoming.
God damn it!
Numbskull just broke the line of sight.
Suspect was last seen in the area. Start searching.
I have to break off road. Yes. Oh.
Nobody's gonna give us this. We gotta get out there and take it.
Got a new list of parts just for you.
Oh, fuck yeah. They're gonna have a drag race, so not better time than to make Rachel's car into a drag car. Interest refill. Nitrous power. Mm. Ah. Wait, what did I? Oh my god. I already have that.
Well, it's better than nothing.
For the both. do this. I like how we don't get the load screen, we just get it loaded in.
Glad I let that go to voicemail. It was Jordan, and she's pissed.
What did we do?
Taking out Shaw's big news. It's all anyone's talking about. Spotlight's on us now.
Let's make sure it stays there.
Hell yeah.
Hey, coming up on the right.
What are we waiting for? Let's follow it. So, we're really tailing a cop?
What could go wrong?
A lot. A lot could go wrong.
That text say anything about where we're tailing this cop to?
Nope. Guess we're gonna find out. Hopefully not die trying. I think he went into the container yard. Don't know about you, but this doesn't look like the type of place to hand out parking tickets. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop here.
What are they doing?
Looks like our boy just had some keys tossed to him.
What did I fail? Oh, we got suspicion. Fuck.
So, we're really tailing a cop?
What could go wrong?
A lot. A lot could go wrong.
That text say anything about where we're tailing this cop to?
Nope. Guess we're gonna find out. Hopefully not die trying. I think he went into the container yard. Don't know about you, but this doesn't look like the type of place to hand out parking tickets. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop here.
What are they doing?
Looks like our boy just had some keys tossed to him. We go forward, they're gonna see us. Try backing up, go the way we came.
You managed to find out anything about Torres?
Not much. Only she's part of Mercer's unit. They've been doing this shit for a while now. Just lately, it's gotten out of control.
Maybe she's telling the truth.
We'll see. Try not to destroy everything. Looks like he stopped up ahead. When we get there, find a spot to park and kill the engine. We need to be quiet. They'll spot us.
How do I kill? Okay, I need to go to my controls real quick. Handbrake. X plus LB.
Okay, we're clear. Let's go.
You and Lucas speaking yet?
No. We argued before, newsflash. But not like that. Think it's best I stay away for a while. There's something he's not telling. Something about him and Papi.
I thought those guys were tight.
You didn't live with them. Okay, looks like he stopped again. When we get there, let's park and wait. I take it that's the stock. Think we're gonna need to put our foot down to follow this one. I think I know the owner of this F40.
You do? What happened?
Think she got the same deal as me. Thing gets impounded, then it vanishes. No records, nothing. Look at this asshole, driving this thing like it's his.
The owner ever reported?
That goes missing same as the car. It's our word against theirs. And our word don't mean shit around here. It's taking a left down that road. Keep tailing, but slow down. Pull up here. Yeah, this totally looks legit.
Let's find out.
The cars in here must be worth a fortune.
I've raced against some of these.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
What are they doing here? Holy shit. This is big.
A trunk full of money big.
That's not... Mother...
Easy.
What the hell?
So much for getting your car back.
Bastards.
Should have seen his face last night when I loaded it on the truck. Thought he was gonna cry.
Frank would have loved that.
Okay, I'm with Torres. Screw Mercer. This needs to stop.
If we're doing this, we need a plan.
We'll figure something out.
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I gotta do this one now. Hold on, we may have to switch cars.
I was thinking, maybe you should ease off the nighttime stuff for a while. Just until all this blows over.
Shit. Shit's about to get real. Real quick.
Okay.
We gotta do something big to get in the league, right? Make a statement.
Yeah.
And we gotta stop Mercer.
Go on.
I say we take a race right through the chop shop. We cause the scene, get the news chasing us. They see all Mercer's shady shit. Expose his ass. We're legends. Capital L. The end.
Great. So, how do we get to
Cool.
plan this race?
To get that kind of pull, we gotta make some serious moves. Win races, make a name, stir things up until the league will listen.
I'm on it.
Sounds like a plan. Holy shit.
Hope you got that part ready.
Remember, no prizes for showing up. You gotta win.
I'm making a habit of that around here.
We'll see. Come on, let's race like it's our last.
Going in hard.
I got some catching up to do. You want that part? Earn it. I got time to get back in this.
Uh-huh.
Middle of the pack won't cut it. If you don't close this out, I will. I don't like your chances.
There's still one.
Setting the standard once again. It's why you're here.
Let's do this. Ooh.
The part's waiting for you at the garage.
Got any more I can take off your hands?
Not right now.
I'm going off comms. Getting word someone's looking for us. We're gonna ease off just for a little while. I'm not done with you yet.
Keep playing for keeps. Alright, we got to the new parts.
Hey, let me know if you want any work done. I'll just take a look anyway.
Today, we do more races. Alright. Alright. Ooh. Ow. Oh, that hurt. I had to adjust myself real quick. Alright, there we go. Best, but let's do this.
Made my night. I got a nice ride in my sights. Gonna take him off the roads.
Some details of make and model would be really helpful.
driving a custom Mitsubishi Evolution.
Chasing progress. I want this driver taken out.
The farther cars you meet, the more likely we get into hot chases. There's just another one right now.
You're not getting away. Got a lock on target.
Alright. Route 23. Might as well do another race. Great idea. Jesus Christ. Alright, we're gonna get another cop chase again. We head back to the garage after this. Where's the nearest garage? And we have to go all the way over there.
You've got nowhere to run. I've located the suspect's vehicle.
Ugh. Motherfucker! Fuck off! Goddamn piece of fucking shit!
I am upgraded and activated, baby.
Motherfucker! Fuck off! God damn it! Oh, fuck me in my fucking neck! Fucking speed him, not fucking crash, you fucking asshole!
Subject spotted.
No! Fuck off!
We're gonna need more officers out here to maintain control of this shit show.
Supercharged reinforcements headed your way.
How the hell did that driver vanish like that?
Get out there and find that damn.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck me. It's actually.
You got owned. Are you actually chasing them?
Next time they won't be so lucky. Okay, back to work, everyone.
Need nights like that. Keeps things moving.
New course unlocked. Bel Air.
Got a new list of parts just for you.
Mm. Right, fuck. But. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Are you a map? I don't know. Am I a map? Oh, now I know what you're saying. Fuck you.
It's Raziel. Everything's set. See you at the docks.
Wait, oh, so I might need my... Ew, went to the wrong one. Oh, that's so cool. What are we doing? Deliver?
Nice wheels. Okay, the client on this one is a league member, so they're gonna expect the best, and you're gonna need to bring it if we have any hope of tracking down this stolen car. Now, we got a location for where the DB5 was taken. I've got a contact who works for the building security down there. They've stashed the CCTV footage from multiple cameras. You just need to collect it. Oh, and our boy wants to know I got someone legit on the case. So first, you gotta put on a little show.
Whenever I have a quiet night, just makes me want to get out there and turn it up.
I'm told you're due for some serious upgrades now. Check out the new parts. Funny thing, ever since Anna smashed up Poppy's car, radio works perfectly.
Seeing this correctly? Is that literally off the... Goodness. Excuse me? Hold on, what was the challenges again for this car?
You know, between you and me, I'll be sleeping in the car just in case she tries to take it again. She wouldn't, would she?
Alright. win the Spectre Day event. All right. Ooh. Ooh. All right, and then we have oh, I did the wrong one. Here's the actual one. Alright. Let's go. You. Let's do this. I complete this mission, and then the next one's gonna be a speed trap. Oh, it's going good, and you? You may notice that we have emotes. I technically reached affiliate, but I have a long way to go to get and. Alright, then coming right up. Alright. Time for a third one. All right.
From the way the crews in here have been talking, sounds like it's getting pretty crazy out there. Watch yourself.
Speed thrills. Okay, you gotta do speed thrills next. I was wondering what's going on. All right. You're gonna need to gain some speed.
I've been thinking about the plan.
Plan?
The chop shop. Haha, very funny.
I'm listening.
I was thinking we should have code names.
We should?
Yeah.
I'm not really a code name type of person.
Oh.
But if you want one, go for it.
Okay. You sure you don't want one?
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Tell you what, I'll put together a list and message you. Just in case.
Thanks.
Cool.
All right, where's the next one at? Activities. All right. Would be cool to have a code name.
So far, so good. Time to find that stash footage.
Activities. Alright. Oh, fuck. Fuck.
I know the fight was bad, but Anna still hasn't called. You think I should? Nah, I'll make her sweat a little longer.
Alright. Swap cars. I don't have the money to fully upgrade it. Don't want to. Hello. How are you? Fine as well, fine as well. Alright. Alright, let's do this. It's all because of that fucking racer and that fucking traffic car being at the wrong place at the wrong fucking time. Ah, fuck me. Neck crack. Let's see here. Oh. That went poorly. Oh.
Fine, don't pull over. Yeah, let's have some fun tonight. I'm flipping on my sirens. Let's see what this numbskull is next.
Got a driver out there that needs taken down. I want everyone to join in. Where's the nearest, fuck?
Oh.
Some nights it's just about getting out there and doing the hard work.
Funny thing, ever since Anna smashed up Poppy's car, radio works perfectly.
Oh. Oh.
Better hope I don't catch
Well, progress is progress.
From the way the crews in here have been talking, some...
Do this. Oh boy, we're gonna get caught. Oh fuck it, let's go.
Game on, asshole. I'm chasing after a custom Mitsubishi Evolution. Gonna make him take the bus home.
Listen up, we have a hotshot rolling around in a custom Mitsubishi Evolution.
I just may have to ditch this night. We're gonna have to ditch the night.
Can't complain after a night like that. You got him taking notice.
Oh, you just got greenlit for some new parts. Take a look.
Alright. We're making progress. Oh. Get to it.
You had your chance. I'm in pursuit of a custom Mitsubishi Evolution. They're in for one big surprise.
All right, everyone, the hunt is on. Go get them.
Wait, didn't we just do this race? Why wasn't it complete?
Go ahead and run. You won't get far. I see the car and its dipshit driver. Bad news. I found your ass. I can do this all night. Don't make me shake you. Look who came crawling back for more. This time I won't go easy on him.
Snap back to reality. We got the hunt back up and running. Flip on the sirens and get after them.
Your time's up.
At this rate, we're never gonna make the league.
happening? Fuck. Gotta readjust my posture. Alright. There you go. Do this.
You had your chance.
That was super unfortunate. Wheels locked. You gotta get away from that cop. If it weren't on a fucking slope like this.
Got a few new parts for you. Wish I could sneak you some more, but that's the kind of shit that gets a place closed down.
I get to do some day races and fully upgrade our car. Here.
Hey.
The League said yes to the chop shop plan.
Okay, cool. So, how do we start?
Step 1 is for you to get your ride in prime condition. Then, meet me at our secret rendezvous with the League.
We have a secret rendezvous?
I know, right? I'll ping you the location. Now go.
Ooh. All right. Let's go. Three. Race. Ooh. All right. And let's do this. Rib suspension. Can you do that again? On lap. I think we got enough money.
Anna's still not talking to me, which means it's pretty quiet in here.
Mm-hmm. Kill switch jammer. Repair kit. Exhaust. Inflatable tires. Mm. Nitrous duration. Inventory. Alright, so that's all I can do. Oh, fuck. I feel like I was slipping on the chair every time I slip it for longer. Alright, there we go. Alright. Now the car is now fully upgraded. Fully upgraded. I can, Alright, let's start this mission. Alright, Crashers, let's fucking go.
You made it. Meet Haley and Manta. They're in the league.
Hey there.
Let's get on with it. There's a PR event for the showdown near the observatory tonight. All the news people are there. We're gonna crash the party, get their attention, drag all those cameras along to the chop shop, and make some headlines.
Can we go now?
I'm riding with you.
All right.
Can't believe we're riding with the league. This is so awesome. Hey, check it out. I can stream the news on my phone. They've got a reporter at the event already.
Tonight we're taking a closer look at some of the most beautiful vehicles taking part in the Speed Hunters Showdown. Now, as you can see here, these machines really are works of art. You don't often get the chance to appreciate the detail when they're flying past at top speed. And the interiors. I'm in love with this one. Just look, Italian leather.
Now straight on.
Are you sure?
We have liftoff.
Oh my goodness! Ladies and gentlemen,
Damn! You're gonna give me whiplash!
I think it's working.
Now this is a news story. Wave to Chow Chow.
How about we keep our hands on the wheel? We've done enough damage already.
Just when I was starting to enjoy myself.
Okay, these jumpers following us.
Smile for the cameras!
these reckless drivers who have endangered lives, not least on their own, and caused so much damage. Palm City is once again
Look like a boring party anyway.
You bastards almost hit my car!
Hey, Chow Chow, that's precision driving. Everyone okay?
Yeah, they're fine. Spilled a few people's drinks, but nobody's hurt.
How you two doing, Rivera?
We're good!
Live from Blackwood Heights, where, just to recap,
Oh.
I hope you're leading us somewhere interesting.
Showdown was decimated by a gang of street racers driving their cars at top speed, narrowly missing this reporter, causing scenes of complete chaos. It is unclear whether this was some kind of protest or it's hard to imagine that it was an accident.
Holy
All three
shit!
cars
You're
carrying
racing to the league's best and you're handing them their
of
asses!
these individuals is unclear. While you're watching these pictures of the racers making their escape, I'm back at the site of the event, where I can see organizers and guests.
So we've got the press on the hook, and we're on course for the chop shop. All we gotta do now is stay together and hold their attention.
How much longer do we have to keep this up?
Maybe 30 seconds.
I'm enjoying this way too much. And I'm not even behind the wheel!
See that they actually jumped from a row higher up
Your
the
car
hill,
is quick, but your technique is deplorable.
landing their cars in the middle of the event. They can't have had any idea what they were jumping into. And they crashed straight through barriers. I can see here. And there's broken glass on the road. For those of you just joining us,
Nearly there. Just the other side of this bridge.
At last.
When the news people see this place, the cops' whole operation is gonna be blown. It's gonna be epic!
Street racers who sped right through the heart of the event. Now, as far as I can tell, there are no injuries.
Surprise, punks.
Cops? How the hell did they get us out of here? It's an ambush!
Think you can get away from me? Starting pursuit of a custom Mitsubishi Evolution. Not letting him get away.
We have a hotshot rolling around in a custom Mitsubishi Evolution.
How did they know where we were headed? I don't know. Just get him off our tail.
No doubt planning to outrun the law.
You seen this? They're showing the chop shop and it's empty. They cleaned it out.
Rivera, you're dead. You led me into some bullshit trap?
The racers have scattered, but we can't see swarms of blue and red flashing lights
Not done
illuminating the
yet.
highway.
This could still go either
These
way.
guys are persistent.
Reckless idiots run out of roads. They're doing their best to make their escape.
The league has a long memory, and it's never gonna forget this.
Car doesn't have enough horsepower to keep up.
Has to leave the airspace for police operational reasons. I guess they have their own helicopter in the area. So we'll be losing pictures now, but we'll continue coverage of this breaking news story right after these messages.
Whoa. Oh, fuck. Vroom, vroom. Vroom, vroom, motherfuckers. Oh, no.
Luca! Lucas! Luca! Shit, no. Hey. Are you okay? Háblame.
Get out.
Help me cut him loose. What happened? Who did this?
That'd be me.
Man, I don't know what you're trying to do here, man, but come on now.
Step aside, sweetheart. I'm just getting started.
Please. He's got nothing to do with this. He can't help you.
You know, I heard your brother was a real dolor and el culo in the past. But you... shit.
Leave them out of it. This is on me.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I know. There's plenty of blame to go around here. Just plenty. You two. You're coming with me.
I'm so sorry, Luca. I'm so sorry.
Shit.
Hey, I'm not gonna ask again.
No. Please. Where are you taking them?
Oh, we're just going to the station, have a little chat. You sit tight. I'll be back for you later.
Shit. Oh, he's gonna break us out. He's gonna break us out. Let's fucking go.
We'll get out of this.
Shit.
The station's back there. Where we
Oh.
going?
Shut up. Watch. You found it. How?
What do you mean, how? You set us up.
Someone talked, and I want to know who.
We're not saying anything.
You think I'm playing? Tell me.
You want to know who's running their big mouth? We ain't saying shit until you let us go.
You're gonna talk, because I'm gonna make you talk. And then you know where I'm headed? Right back to your dumbass brother. And I'm gonna see how tough he is when I bring that piece of shit garage down around his head!
Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Fuck yeah.
Luca! Luca! Get us out of here!
You guys okay?
Luca? Yeah, I'm good, I think. Let's go.
You want me to drive?
You read my mind.
Come on,
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Hold on, wait. Wait a minute.
What the hell is she doing?
What's she doing?
Anna, move!
Suspect trying to flee the scene.
Step aside, sweetheart. I'm just getting started.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Where can we go?
I know a place. North Cloud Bank. Just keep us out of trouble. This car's even more beat up than me.
Hey, Dex. I need a favor.
Sure. What's going on?
Can you and some friends pick up my cars from Casa Rivera and bring them up to North Cloud Bank?
I guess. Can I ask why?
Cops are watching out for us and we can't go back there. Keys are on the hook. Just get the cars and I'll send you the address when you're on the road.
You with Lucas?
Yep.
Okay. I know the place.
Whoa.
Where the hell are we heading?
It's safe. Trust me.
I hear you're still on police property now?
Taurus, your plan nearly got us killed.
Just give me the laptop and stay out of this. You've got no idea what's on there.
Well, now you're just making me curious.
Give me the laptop.
We'll let you know. You can't treat this.
You can't just treat this machine like that.
This is insane. I must have driven past here 1,000,000 times. What is this place?
Whenever things got bad at home, this is where I came.
You must have been here a lot.
Not after Papi died.
Luca. What happened?
Oh shit.
There's this race. I didn't need it, but I was always pushing, you know? So, the cops busted it, took me in. Came time for my phone call. Papi answered. I was getting ready for a fight. Yeah, just thinking about what I was gonna say. For the first time, there was no shouting. No nothing, just silence. He hung up, and 3 hours later, I'm just still waiting. I figured he was leaving me in there to sweat, just making me suffer. I spent that whole night in that jail cell, cursing his name, just wishing all kinds of shit on him just for leaving me in there. Next morning, the cop comes in, tells me he's dead. As soon as he hung up the phone, he had the heart attack. Sorry I never told you.
So you've been carrying this whole time?
It's pretty hard not to.
Luca, you can't blame yourself. It's not your fault.
If I had just stopped earlier, if I just listened to him.
You can't go back. You're here with us. Right now. That's what matters. There's people out there trying to tear us apart. Destroy everything we stand for. Everything Papi built. I sure as hell ain't gonna let him. Are you?
If we're gonna take him down, least I can do is make sure we got the wheels to do it.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Now
They-
we're talking. I guess this is part of the plan?
Mercer had footage of us on here. There's gotta be more showing the whole operation. Enough to take him down and prove to the League that we had nothing to do with this. Oh, shit. We gotta crack this, it's all we've got.
Let's take a guess. Does Mercer have a cat?
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Oh, you got a better idea, genius?
I do. Wait here.
Okay. Fire crash is complete. Is there a second part to this?
So, you guys in trouble?
Dex, thanks for delivering the car, man. You were fast.
Is it serious?
Look, right now I've got to see a woman about a laptop. If she's as good with tech as she says, you'll hear all about it.
Ooh. Oh, we got another mission as well. Ow. Mission start. Upload. Let's fucking go.
What are you doing here? I need your help.
Well, I don't need this kind of heat. Every cop in the city is looking for you.
That's because we've got a chance to take them down. We've got a laptop full of evidence that will put Mercer away for decades. Trouble is, it's password protected.
Is that all? Hold on. I just sent you a package. Put your phone near the laptop and it should have it unlocked in a couple of minutes.
Wow. Thanks.
Just be sure to make this stick. If you can take down those cops, you'll be doing us all a favor. Now get out of here.
Alright, let's fucking go.
Any news? I'm sending you some software to unlock the laptop. Just put your phone next to the machine and it should open it up automatically.
Okay, got it.
Ooh.
I'm on my way back to you. Should be there soon.
Something's happening. Looks like it's waking up. We're in. The password screen is gone. I can see a bunch of folders.
Yes!
You're a genius! Well, not me. I just know a genius.
Now we dig out the right files and take this computer to the press as evidence. Those TV news people are gonna love this.
Hold on. What's this? It says there's a program running called PD Hardware Tracker. Is that one of yours?
I don't know. I don't think so.
All units 315. We have a location for the suspects in the Lieutenant Mercer assault. Proceed to North Cloud Bank immediately.
You hear that?
They're tracking the laptop.
Oh, we gotta move. Leave it here.
No, change of plan. We hit the road with the laptop and buy enough time to email the files to the press. Meet us at the old mall.
All units, suspect vehicle is a red Porsche heading south from Cloud Bank into Edgewood Valley.
Copy, Control. Taking up pursuit. Copy that, Control. Joining pursuit.
Jackson, Warren, that you? I thought the task force never came out in daylight.
Pulling an extra ship just to take down these animals.
Yup, they definitely found us.
Hold it steady.
Do whatever you can to stop these cops from running us off the road.
I'm on it. Lucas, how's it looking?
I got an email address for the news people. Now I just gotta find some files that implicate Mercer.
Hurry it up!
We struck gold! Inbound records, cars, dates, registrations, IDs, fines. Mercer's name is all over.
Send it!
Dragging the whole folder.
4221, what's your QTH now?
Those guys ain't really heard us. Yet.
QSL now westbound through Edgewood Valley.
Talk to me, Luca!
It's uploading. Watch the road.
Just buy us time. The car feels okay.
Frank Mercer. Now heading westbound, approaching Frontera Hills.
Lucas?
Nearly there.
Control,
Fucking hell. Don't tell me I have to restart the whole fucking thing.
Do whatever you can to stop these cops from running us off the road.
I'm on it. Lucas, how's it looking?
I got an email address for the news people. Now I just gotta find some files that implicate Mercer.
Hurry it up!
We struck gold! Impound records, cars, dates, registrations, IDs, fine. Mercer's name is all over.
Send it!
Now heading west.
Dragging the whole folder.
Okay, QSL. This car was built to last. It could take a few bruises. Talk to me, Luca!
It's uploading. Watch the road.
They're really going for it.
I don't want you to come quiet.
It's them, not us!
Now heading westbound, approaching Frontera Hills.
Copy, QSL 4223. We're on them.
Lucas?
Nearly there.
4222, do you have an update? The subject fled. We're still chasing the subject. Those guys ain't hardly heard us. Yet.
How long does it take to add an attachment?
The signal's not great, okay?
4223, please provide QTH update.
Now heading northbound through Fort Callahan.
All right, QSL.
It's on 99%.
Just buy us time. The car feels okay.
I got a nice little jail cell waiting for you.
Still on 99%.
We're going panel to panel here, Control. Hey, watch the Porsche! Advised, 832 has been reported. What? You're working for the cops now? We just collided with the subject.
Damn it.
Where are you? We can't do this on our own.
I had... Motherfuckers. Fucking hell. Oh, okay. I have to do it. I have to go back to the garage and put on the increased damage in here.
Hey, I thought you had some kind of plan for the laptop. Come on, we're stuck here until we can unlock that thing.
I'm fucking sorry. Repair kit. Alright. Alright, let's do this. So we got the repair kit and we got the damage increase. I had a feeling I would need to do that. Settings, controls. Special item B. Alright.
What are you doing here? I need your help.
Well, I don't need this kind of heat.
I agree.
Every cop in the city is looking for you.
That's because we've got a chance to take them down. We've got a laptop full of evidence that will put Mercer away for decades. Trouble is, it's password protected.
Is that all? Hold on. I just sent you a package. Put your phone near the laptop and it should have it unlocked in a couple of minutes.
Wow. Thanks.
Just be sure to make this stick. If you can take down those cops, you'll be doing us all a favor. Now get out of here.
Okay, let's fucking go. This time I'm prepared.
Any news? I'm sending you some software to unlock the laptop. Just put your phone next to the machine and it should open it up automatically.
Okay, got it.
I'm on my way back to you. Should be there soon.
Something's happening. Looks like it's waking up. We're in. The password screen is gone. I can see a bunch of folders.
Yes! You're a genius!
Well, not me. I just know a genius.
Now we dig out the right files and take this computer to the press as evidence. Those TV news people are gonna love this.
Hold on. What's this? It says there's a program running called PD Hardware Tracker. Is that one of yours?
I don't know. I don't think so.
All units, 315. We have a location for the suspects in the Lieutenant Mercer assault. Proceed to North Cloud Bank immediately.
You hear that?
They're tracking the laptop.
Oh, we gotta move. Leave it here.
No. Change of plan. We hit the road with the laptop and buy enough time to email the files to the press. Meet us at the old mall.
All units, suspect vehicle is a red Porsche heading south from Cloud Bank into Edgewood Valley.
Copy, Control. Taking up pursuit. Copy that, Control. Joining pursuit.
Jackson, Warren, that you? I thought the task force never came out at daylight.
Pulling an extra shift just to take down these animals.
Yup, they definitely found us.
Hold it steady.
Look in the documents folder.
I'm not a computer guy, okay?
Coming in hot.
Okay, I'm trying to type here.
Do whatever you can to stop these cops from running us off the road.
I'm on it. Lucas, how's it looking?
I got an email address for the news people. Now I just gotta find some files that implicate Mercer.
Hurry it up!
Woohoo! We struck gold! Impound records, cars, dates, registrations, ID, fine. Mercer's name is all over them.
Send it!
Dragging the whole folder.
Hey, watch the Porsche!
Now
If you damage this laptop, talk to me, Luca!
It's uploading. Watch the road.
Those cops ain't hardly heard us. Yet.
Think you can punch an officer and walk away? The subject rammed our unit. Severe impact
Just
with
buy us
subject
time.
vehicle.
The car feels okay.
QSL, 32 reported from ongoing pursuit.
Lucas?
Nearly there.
Reporting severe collision with the subject vehicle.
This car was built to last. It could take a few bruises.
I don't want you to come fly.
How long does it take to add an attachment?
The signal's not great, okay? It's on 99%.
4222, what's your QTH?
Keep a hold of that laptop.
Now heading northbound through Fort Callahan. QSL.
Lucas?
It's still on 99%.
We're taking a beating.
Come on.
The wheel is shaking in my hands here.
Oh, that was so close.
Got it. Now take us home.
Ooh. Ooh.
Tonight's main story, a disgrace to the uniform as a senior police officer goes on the run. Lieutenant Frank Mercer, head of the city's controversial high-speed task force, has disappeared after being suspended for alleged corruption. The suspension follows the discovery of leaked documents sent to our very own WFFL news team. While the PD has refused to discuss the allegations, this reporter understands that they relate to extortion and large-scale theft in the street racing scene that Mercer was supposed to police. In a statement, the department said, Lieutenant Mercer is aware of his suspension, and we appeal to him to come forward and assist the investigation. In other news,
Oofers. Big oofers. Upload complete. Let's fucking go. Ooh.
Looks like Mercer's still on the run. You watch yourself out there, okay? Could be anywhere.
Let's see here. I'm confused about the qualification of the next mission.
Good news. The League don't hate us anymore. They know it was a setup.
And the bad?
No word on Mercer. Look, I don't give a shit if he lost his job. He's still got those cars. Can't get away with them.
They're no.
Oh, AMD, fuck off.
He's gonna have to move him out of the city.
When I was on the laptop, I saw some invoices for a trucking company. It's not much of a lead, but I put the word out. Anyone spots one of these trucks, and we'll know about it.
Till then,
go spec out your ride as much as you can. Got a feeling we're gonna need it.
Hey, it's Dex. I know you probably got other things on your mind right now, but if you want to change your pace, I'm testing out some potential circuits for next year's showdown. Meet me downtown and I'll talk you through it.
Alright.
Hey, thanks for coming. Swing right. I'm planning some new tracks for next year's showdown, and I need some trustworthy racers to test them out.
trustworthy? I'm flattered.
So how's the Rivera family?
Complicated? Why don't you drop by and say hi? You and Lucas can catch up.
I don't know. Me and him, we kind of grew apart at the end there. I stuck with the showdown. He got sucked into that nighttime shit.
So why are you always asking about it?
He was my buddy, you know? And the best racer I ever met, outside his pops. Seems like a waste, him sitting and resting in that garage.
He's a good mechanic.
Well, you help me test these tracks, and I'll give him a high-end suspension kit to fit in this whip of yours.
Deal.
Alright, let's do this.
Whoa! Right up ahead. There goes the paint job. Throw it right.
Okay.
Ready?
Sure.
Alright, I need to adjust my... Oh, sure. There we go.
Don't hold back now. Push this track to the limit.
Honestly, I don't know what I was thinking. First thing said, oh, we're going down there. Okay. Uh-oh, that uh-oh, that wasn't the play.
Don't hold back now. Push this track to the limit.
Alright then, whatever you say.
You've been working on that car, huh?
Yes, I have. How did you know?
I'm not gonna make life easy for you.
Or are you? Lap 2.
You got clean air. Make the most of it.
Let's do this. Oh, I think I already have. Thank you. Where is everyone? It's like everyone left. On a lap.
Nothing between you and the line now. beat you right to the wire.
How are you? I don't see you anywhere. Alright.
There's a reason I trusted you. Good job. Time to try you out on a tougher track.
$43. Ooh, 43. Okay, do we have another mission for him? Okay, we need to reach level 30. Or 23. Alright. Alright, so... Alright, chat. I think I'm gonna end it off here. Thank you for joining today's stream. Thank you for watching today's YouTube VOD. I hope y'all like me raging a little bit, but more importantly, I hope y'all will enjoy the emotes now. and yippee for for managing to achieve affiliate. Well, we got a long way to actually for the ads, but I'm happy. I'm very happy. Anywho, remember to eat, remember to hydrate, remember to take care of yourself, blitzies. And with that being said, I gotta go now. I gotta relax for the rest of the night. And most likely, we may be spending all day getting to rep level 30, and I believe we're gonna be hitting the final mission, and more importantly, getting the BMW M3 GTR E46 Most Wanted Edition. But I am fucking hyped for that. Anywho, I hope your day has been going well. Hope your day, evening, night time zone has been kind to you. And that being said, I gotta get going on Flitzies. Bye bye, matinee.